Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Good morning. Good morning to you, or afternoon, or whatever we got going on today, right? I don't even know. So we have closing arguments, right? In our Orphan trial. For those that were watching the trial in Arizona, it looks like they won't come back until Monday. That's probably why it's going to be a 7-month trial. Hey, Tanya. Hey, Marilda. Good morning, Baca. Hey, Allison. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to tell you. Thank you. I couldn't figure out if I wanted to be Harley Quinn or if I wanted to be Princess Leia. I was like, okay, maybe I'll be a princess today. Just today. But I don't know. It might be a Harley Quinn kind of game considering how we are starting off our trial, right? Yeah. We shall see. I may have to let my space buns down. Hey, Lynn. Good morning, hon. Thank you. I don't know if anybody else was playing bingo, but so far, the only person I got on the bingo card is Lynn. I don't know what everybody else doing, if y'all been using y'all bingo cards or been lost in the sauce with the bingo, but today the last day to get a bingo. I'm assuming, what made it? Maybe not, because some of them may have verdict on it. So I'll take that back because some of them may have verdict. What? Okay. Oh, you never caught the link when we were doing it? Aw. Hey, Coffee. Good morning. Thank you, honey. You say that's your bingo card. Did you get bingo? That's what I want to know. I only worry about people that got bingo. No. Yeah, tell you, I'm almost sure if I give it to you now. Well, I can give you a bingo card. I'm not sure how close you'll get to bingo, but I can give you a bingo card. I don't know, because they all different, like where they at. But if you play, I think 9 times out of 10 you will hit bingo and get your name in the hat for the drawing at the end of the month for the SweetP merch. But I will get that. I'll put it in the link. Give me 1 second. I'm about to put it in there. Even if you just want to play, just to play at this point in time. We'll do another bingo one with our next one. Give me 1 second. I'm just updating our live stream to make sure everything is everything. No, I didn't, Baca. Nope, I must have missed it. No, what did he say? I'm a unaliver. Don't push me. That's the only thing I could think that he would say. I am an unaliver. Don't push me. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna share this to my social media. I'm trying to learn how to share. I'm sharing is caring, right? That's what they tell you. So you guys that all have your Twitters and your Facebooks and all your little apps, share it out with your friends. Let them know that we be over here having a good old time, right? I be forgetting this year, so I'm trying to be very conscious and mindful when I come in and we get started to share out on some of these platforms. I've been concentrating on on Twitter or X or whatever y'all want to call it. But I got to get better. I got to get better. I got to get better. And we'll all get better together. I wonder how we missed that. I don't know. I have to go back and listen to the Okay, cool beans, Morel, to drive safe. Yeah. Oh, really? Was that at the end, or was that in between him and between that and Cross? And so I can go back and find it. At the end when the cameras were off. Okay, after he sat down from testifying. Okay. I'm gonna look for it in the background. I think we were in Law and Crime's feed yesterday. Or maybe we wasn't. Oh gosh. We might have been in court TVs.
Decision must be present in the mind at the time of the judge.
I don't know which one we were in. Dang. I can't remember which one we were in. I'm gonna go look at our feed and see. I believe it though. Yeah, the lawyer like, look, you did exactly what I told you not to do. You done went up there and he got the nerve to be talking about you not asking the right questions. He was even trying to tell the lawyer that he wasn't asking the right question. That's why the lawyer was like, look, I'm west on this mess because you did not follow the instructions that I said. And I'm west on this mess. And that's why he didn't come back and redirect them. No, little homie, I ain't helping you because apparently you want to do what you want to do. So I'm not putting myself back out here at risk for you to be saying what you want to say. I'm gonna look for the clip and see if we got it. If not, I'll find it. Look, I'll find it because I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to understand what Mr. Demon was thinking about. I knew the attorney. The attorney said you did exactly what I told you not to do. Oh, oh yeah, I want to hear that. Because I know the attorney was like, he wanted to ask probably some more questions of him. But hey, sir, just because the questions are not coming out when you want them to come out, that is not for you to determine. It'll come out. Let me do my job. Hey, OnlyFans. Yes, I'll be Mickey. Can I be Minnie Mouse? I want to be Minnie Mouse. If I'm gonna be part of the Mickey gang, I want to be Minnie Mouse because she was cute. She was like hot dog. All right, guys. Well, I think I gained. We may have a couple minutes of TiVo time, not a whole bunch of TiVo time. I wanted to kind of make sure that we was in here and live for the most part. They did start at like 7, so 9 minutes. So they're just kind of getting started. So I'm gonna get us in the courtroom. And he say, "Minnie, okay, thank you, thank you." Okay, I am going to get us in the courtroom. Let me see those ones in SweetP Gangs if y'all ready. Hey, Allison. Yes, I'll be Minnie Mouse. Yes, 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 yes. Um,
Tower is accused of 2 counts of In this case, Dima Tower is accused of 2 counts of murder in the first degree. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, both of which are unlawful. A killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find Jennifer Tower was killed by Dima Tower, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, or was murder in the second degree, or was manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. If you find Robbie Tower was killed by Dima Tower, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, or was murder in the second degree, or was manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident or misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Dima Tower may be found guilty of murder in the first degree of victims Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower, or any lesser included crime. Count 1, murder in the first degree. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jennifer Tower is dead. And 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower. And 3, there was a premeditated killing of Jennifer Tower. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2, murder in the first degree. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Robbie Tower is dead. And 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower. And 3, there was a premeditated killing of Robbie Tower. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 3, fleeing to elude a law enforcement with siren and lights activated. To prove the crime of fleeing to elude a law enforcement officer, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Dima Tower was operating a vehicle upon a street or highway in Florida. And 2, Dima Tower, knowing he had been directed to stop by a duly authorized law enforcement officer, willfully fled in a vehicle in an attempt to elude a law enforcement officer. And 3, the law enforcement officer was in an authorized law enforcement patrol vehicle with agency insignia and other jurisdictional markings prominently displayed on the vehicle and with siren and lights activated. Street or highway means the entire width between boundary lines of every way or place of whatever nature when any part thereof is open to the public for purposes of vehicular traffic. Vehicle means every device in, upon, or by which any person or property is or may be transported or drawn upon a highway, except personal delivery devices, mobile carriers, and devices used exclusively upon stationary rails or tracks. Willfully means intentionally, knowingly, and purposely. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of murder in the first degree are murder in the second degree, manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder as a lesser crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jennifer Tower is dead. And 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower. And 3, there was an unlawful killing of Jennifer Tower by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily harm to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter as a lesser crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jennifer Tower is dead. And 2, Dima Tower intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Jennifer Tower. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. You'll see I'm now moving on to those same lesser includeds for count 2. To prove the crime of second-degree murder as a lesser crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Robbie Tower is dead. And 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower. And 3, there was an unlawful killing of Robbie Tower by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter, a lesser crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Robbie Tower is dead. And 2, Dima Tower intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Robbie Tower. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a mere negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused the death. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crimes with which the defendant is charged were committed, and that the defendant is the person who committed the crimes. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if, having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witness acted, as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you would apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or testimony of any witness. Statements claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court have been placed before you. Such statements should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain they were freely and voluntarily made. If you conclude the defendant made the statement, you must also determine from the evidence whether the defendant's statement was freely and voluntarily made. In making this determination, you should consider the circumstances, including but not limited to: 1, whether when the defendant made the statements he had been threatened in order to get him to make statements, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make the statements. If you conclude the defendant made the out-of-court statements, but it was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence in these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the charging document, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the charging document or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. Only one verdict may be returned as to each of the crimes charged. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary form of verdict has been prepared for you. It reads as follows. You don't have the verdict form. We only have one. I have it here, and I know we're a bit distant, so you can't see it, but it's when you get it, you'll see it's titled State of Florida v. Dima Tower, and as a case number, it's titled Verdict. It gives you instructions to check one as to count one, check only one, it says, as to count 1, 2, and 3, and a place for it to be dated and signed by the foreperson. Emily, I'll give that to you. This last jury instruction in your packet, you can put that aside. I'm going to read that to you after the closing arguments. Members of the jury, the attorneys will now present their final arguments to you. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not the evidence nor your instructions on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments as they are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have an equal time, but the state is entitled to divide their time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, are you ready to proceed? Yes. You may do so when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Back on Monday, which probably seems like an eternity to you by now, the judge talked about the two things that the state has to do in its case. It has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime or crimes were committed in the murders of Robbie and Jennifer Tower and the fleeing to elude. And that the defendant who sits here in the courtroom before you, Dima Tower, is the person who committed those crimes. I think that those things have been proven to you fully during this trial. The only thing that we should talk about today, and that's important for you to focus on, is the defendant's intention. Because in opening statements, defense counsel told you that he was going to argue for a lesser included crime, a crime of manslaughter. So let's think about the instructions that you have in front of you and what they say and why this is not manslaughter and it's not second-degree murder, and it completely and fully meets all the elements of first-degree premeditated murder. Your Honor, I'm having a problem, and I don't know why this isn't working correctly.
All right, let's take a short break. We'll bring IT to try to solve that, okay? Please leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service, okay? Can you call IT to come down? everybody may be seated.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've probably worn out that carpet by now, going back and forth. But let's continue where I left off. So what we have to focus on are the instructions for law and the evidence in this case. And you have those instructions in front of you, but I have the elements of first-degree murder up on the screen. So to prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the charge that the state has laid against the defendant, actually 2 counts, but I incorporated both Jennifer and Robbie Tower into this instruction. To prove the crime of first-degree murder, the state has to prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Jennifer and Robbie Tower are dead. There's no question about that. It's uncontested. Their deaths were caused by the criminal acts of Dima Tower. Again, uncontested. Not only do we have all the physical evidence in this case, the knives, the fact that the defendant was covered in blood, the fact that he fled, but we also have his own words. He told the detectives who interviewed him that he killed his parents. So we know that their deaths were caused by Dima Tower, and obviously they were criminal acts because he stabbed them to death. That's a crime. Finally, there was a premeditated killing of Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower. And how do we know that? We know that because the defendant told us so himself over and over and over. Yesterday afternoon, on the stand, he told you that himself. Repeatedly to the detectives, and then again, right here in the courtroom where you're sitting today. So let's talk a little bit about premeditation and the definition. Now, back on Monday, I was asking you a lot of questions about what factors should you think about when we're talking about premeditation, and you probably thought, what is this woman talking about? Because you didn't have the facts. You didn't know what went on in this particular case. And I was asking you questions about what would a person do before committing a premeditated act? If you didn't know what was going on in their mind, but you had to look at their actions and determine what was premeditation. We talked about what would a person do while the crime was being committed that would signal premeditation. And we talked about what would a person do after the crime was committed to signal premeditation. And let's think about what we learned in the last 3 days. What did the defendant do before he committed this crime? He chose his weapon from the knife block in the kitchen, and he took it into the bedroom. He armed himself before the encounter with his parents. All of that leaves plenty of time for reflection, for reflective thought. And we also talked about if there are prior difficulties between the parties, does that lend itself to thinking about premeditation? If someone is already angry, and as the defendant said, boiling with rage, does that lend itself to premeditation? Is that one of the factors you should consider? And I would suggest that it is. And then what did the defendant do at the time he was committing the crime, when he was stabbing his parents by a conservative estimate 140 times? We talked about, do the nature of the wounds that are being inflicted, do they show that the defendant had a conscious intent to kill? Well, we know the kind of wounds that he inflicted on the tracheas of both parents and on the multiple stab wounds, especially to the face, the head, the back of the neck, especially the throat, the carotid arteries, and the jugular veins, the most vulnerable, tender part of any human being. We also talked about, is it important to consider the number of wounds inflicted? And we know that there were, again, over 140 wounds, 79 to Robbie and, 79 to Jennifer and more than 68 to Robbie. What else at the time that the crime is being committed signals that this was premeditated? What about the fact that when he lost the first knife, he went back into the kitchen and got himself another knife so that he could, as he said, finish what he started? Because he started it deliberately and consciously. He wanted to finish that job. And so he armed himself with another weapon. What else did he do during the crime that shows premeditation? After he killed his father, he walked outdoors, and yesterday he told us that he had the knife in his hand when he went outside. And he led his mother back into the death scene and sat her on the couch, and in his own words, delivered a manifesto. He said it was a monologue. And all the time she's sitting there, and he is planning to kill her. There is no other way to think about it. What else did we talk about during jury selection? We talked about what might signal premeditation after the crime is committed. We know that the defendant washed the second knife and placed it back in the knife block because it was collected as evidence, and we can actually see the little bit of blood in a close-up photo. It was also sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and Ms. Webster told you that there was presumptive blood on both weapons. After he took the knife and placed it back in the knife block after he gave it a cursory wash, he fled from the police. You saw 30 long minutes. It was probably boring, but I thought it was important to impress upon you just how long it took for the police to apprehend the defendant. How long he consciously fled from the police and showed a consciousness of guilt because he knew what he did was wrong. And we know that finally, when he was apprehended, he gave a full admission to consciously deciding to kill. That's premeditation all day long. So let's look at the instructions. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law doesn't fix the exact period of time that must pass between forming the premeditated intent to kill and the actual killing. But the period of time has to be long enough to allow reflection, long enough for the mind to come up with the idea, the plan, the decision, whatever you want to call it. Long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. And it has to be formed before the killing actually takes place. The question of premeditation is a question for you. It's a question that you have to answer based upon what you heard these last 3 days in the courtroom and the evidence that you've seen. And only you can decide if this was a premeditated act. It's sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused during the killing convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Let's talk about why this is not manslaughter and why this is certainly not second-degree murder. Let's start with second-degree murder because that's the first of the lesser included. That comes right after first-degree murder and is then followed by manslaughter. And if you want to follow along with me with the jury instructions, you have them before you. If not, you can just listen to what I have to say. Second-degree murder has to be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, and it has to prove the three following elements. Jennifer and Robbie Tower are dead. Yes, we know that. The death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower, their adopted child. There was an unlawful killing of Jennifer and Robbie Tower by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Is that what happened? Of course it is. It goes on to say that an act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous, it goes on to define, to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. 2, the act is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And 3, the act or actions are of such a nature that they indicate an indifference to human life. All of those are true. That's exactly what Dima Tower did. But in order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. That is what's missing from second-degree murder. Dima Tower had every intent to cause the death of both Robbie and Jennifer Tower. He told you so himself. Why isn't this manslaughter? To prove the crime of manslaughter, the jury instructions tell you, the state has to prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, Jennifer and Robbie Tower are dead. And second, Dima Tower intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower. What's missing? Premeditation. The jury instruction goes on to say that in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, excusable, or which caused death. But we know from the defendant's own mouth that he had every intention to cause death. He told us so over and over and over again. So the lesser includeds are statutorily mandated to accompany the jury instructions on first-degree murder. But they do not rise, they don't even come close to describing or meeting the elements of what Dima Tower did to his parents on August 31st, 2023, when he sat in that car and thought about killing them, walked into his house, went into his bedroom, came out, grabbed the knife out of the kitchen, and walked into the bedroom and started stabbing his father. Because this is a clear-cut case of first-degree murder. So he talked to detectives on September 1st of 2023, and Detective St. Jean and Detective Chippendale asked him a number of questions. What did you think about last night? I don't like the situation. I don't like the people I'm with. So I'm just gonna kill them. That's what he thought about before he killed his parents. That was his plan. You don't need a diagram, you don't need a journal with your thoughts written down, you don't need a flow chart, you don't need a bullet point list to premeditate the killing of your parents. All it takes is long enough time to reflect, to engage in reflective thought. And that's exactly what he did. I don't like the situation, I don't like the people I'm with, so I'm just gonna kill him. Did you guys talk at all? And here, I think Detective Chippendale is referring to what happened when the defendant brought his mom back in from outside when she was trying to alert the neighbor and try to get some help. So the detectives asked, did you guys talk at all? Yeah, the defendant responded. I tried to talk to her. How did that conversation go? It was a monologue. So did you stab her already at that point? After I finished what I have to say. He's giving a monologue, talking to his mother in the house. Plenty of time for reflective thought. Again, during that interview that you watched, and I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to watch it again. You'll have an opportunity to take the most of the evidence back with you, and you can listen to that videotaped and audio tape recording. It's available for you. So last night, you're sitting in your car, and you just came up with this, that you're gonna do something now. Defendant said, no, it came before that. Detective says, after work? No, it was before that. I had those thoughts before yesterday. What, days, months? No, like recently. Reflective thought. Later on in the conversation, the detectives ask, was last night the first time you actually thought about killing your parents? No. And yesterday, the last question that I asked, when you were sitting in your car on August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked into the house? Yes.
What is the location of the emergency?
Listen, it's not such an emergency anymore right now, but we live at 1200 Nelscope Road in Northport. So I was trying to reach Northport police, and it keeps sending me back to this.
Okay, so you got a police issue going on?
No, I was upstairs in bed, and my daughter was sleeping downstairs, and someone screamed, and banged on our door and rang the doorbell, screaming, I need help, I need help. Took me a second to register what was going on, and we were trying to find, our gun upstairs before we opened the door, and the person's gone.
Okay, well, let's connect you over Northport so they can check the area. Let me connect you, please.
Okay, thank you.
911, what is the
And this is what law enforcement found when they got to Jonna Walton's house. A blood trail leading up to her home, and at her door, more blood dripping while she rang the doorbell and screamed for help. And as she was out there, the defendant wanted to finish what he started, so he led her back in the house. And then, after he finished what he started, he came outside covered, according to Officer Regakis, with blood. And he just nonchalantly got in his car and drove away, covered with his parents' blood. He led the police on a chase for about a half an hour, even at one point endangering other people in the community by going into the northbound lane. And finally, when Sarasota County disabled his car, the stop sticks, he ran into the woods. And we had Officer Regakis get on the stand and show you, trace out for you the flight path of the defendant from way down in the southeastern corner of the Northport city environs, all the way to I-75, south on I-75, and then he backtracked and drove all the way up to almost the very end of what this map shows in the upper left-hand corner, where he abandoned his car and fled into the woods. And this is what the crime scene and the detectives found at 1240 Mellicote Road. This is the carnage that they found inside the house. Blood everywhere, on the door, in the foyer, on the furniture, on the walls, on Dima Tower's parents. And where this crime started, in the bedroom where Mr. Tower was sound asleep next to his wife when the defendant attacked them while they were sleeping in their bed. And you can see the signs of struggle. Looks like Robbie Tower put up quite a fight as best as he could. You can see that there was a brief altercation over on that north wall, and again on the wall leading into the living room. Blood everywhere, but the defendant was determined to finish what he started. Even when he lost the first knife, he was determined to finish what he started. So he goes into the kitchen and grabs another knife, and then washes up afterwards. And this is a work product of Dima Tower. This is what he did to his father and to his mother, because he didn't like them as people. You also heard testimony that the defendant was finally seen early the following morning after he had been at large for about 9 hours. He was captured on video at the Shell station around about 7:30 in the morning. He actually was blasé enough to walk into the Shell station and buy a bottle of tea. And finally, he was arrested shortly thereafter, around about 8 o'clock, when the Venice Police Department apprehended him, still at the Shell station. And this is what the defendant did to his mother. And I have not put up all the autopsy photos. I think you've seen enough autopsy photos and bloodshed, but this is what he did to his mother after he led her back in the house. Stabbed her multiple times in the face, the throat, and the back. And his father, mutilated to the point where Dr. Vega was able to count 6 separate and distinct perforations, incisions, whatever you want to call them, into Robbie Tower's trachea, his larynx. And you heard the testimony of Dr. Vega yesterday, who told you that the cause of death for Jennifer Tower was perforations of multiple small and large blood vessels, including her carotid artery and jugular vein. Same with Robbie Tower, perforations of multiple small and large vessels, including the carotid and subclavian arteries, due to multiple stab wounds. And Dr. Vega told you about the function of the carotid arteries and the jugular veins, how those are the major vessels that take the blood to the head and back down to the body. And that's where the defendant attacked his parents, in the most vulnerable, fragile places in the human body. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to think about the jury instructions and what you heard on Monday about sympathy. You saw the defendant sobbing here in the courtroom. We had to actually take a break. I think it was on Wednesday during the defense's opening statement. And then again yesterday when the defendant took the stand. He put on quite a display of emotion.
Overruled. Let's move on from this, okay?
He put on quite a display of emotion. Hold him accountable for what he did. You may not have sympathy enter into your deliberations. Your job is to look at the evidence and see if the evidence comports with the law of first-degree murder. You may not have any sympathy for Robbie or Jennifer Tower or the defendant. And that's hard to ask human beings. And you may even have sympathy for all 3 of those people. But they cannot influence your decision. That cannot influence your decision. You have to compartmentalize that sympathy if you have any. Because the law says that you must judge the defendant on the evidence and the law. Hold him accountable for what he did, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Vince, when you're ready.
Like we talked about at the beginning of this case, Mr. Tower's words still hold truth. It has a lot to do with everything that I've been through and everything that I've seen. And you've heard a lot of evidence in this case, and frankly, a lot of it was not disputed. The facts and circumstances of the tragic events of August the 31st of 2023 are not materially in dispute. Robbie Tower is deceased. Jennifer Tower is deceased. Those things occurred because of acts by Dima Tower. That is not in dispute. What is in dispute is whether or not Dima Tower had the rational, conscious intent to commit the homicides prior to them occurring. That is what is in dispute in this case, and that is what we have been asking you to focus on and not get sidetracked into different areas. The judge has instructed you that you have to presume Mr. Tower to be innocent before you start. We kind of dialed that back a little bit and said, look, before we even start this trial, I want to make sure that we're clear about what we're asking of you. And what we're asking of you is to make a decision about one simple thing. And it may not seem that simple, and it may seem very complicated to get inside the head of somebody else. And it is. It's complicated. The state has the burden of proving these crimes beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. I know the state will say that most of what we've been talking about is trying to invoke sympathy for Mr. Tower. That is not the case. It is important, if you're making a decision about somebody's state of mind, that you are exposed to them so that you can make an informed decision. There's a lot of talk in the jury instructions about people of ordinary judgment making decisions. And what the judge has instructed you is that it's up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding what is the best evidence and which evidence should be relied on in considering your verdict. We talked during jury selection about the fact that you don't leave your personal life experiences at the door. You bring those in because they form your common sense. And you can make the determination as to whether or not it's significant that Mr. Tower couldn't look me in the eye, couldn't look the state attorney in the eye, couldn't look the detectives in the eye at any point in time. That is something that is common for certain people. And when we're talking about individualized consciousness of guilt, every individual reflects differently. Every individual thinks differently. So if we're talking about the fixed time for reflective thought, it's important to consider all of the factors as to whether or not Mr. Tower had sufficient time for him to make reflective thought. Given his history, whether or not the killing was done after consciously deciding to do it. I would submit that Mr. Tower doesn't have the ability to.
And may we approach?
No, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
Sustain the objection.
Thank you.
I'll disregard the last statement by defense counsel.
The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. And the judge instructs you, again, use your common sense. Think about what evidence is reliable and what evidence isn't reliable. as Mr. Tower indicated, when there was discussions with law enforcement, he was concerned that there were misstatements, misunderstandings, which would be something you would understand from somebody who was in foster care in a foreign country, who didn't know the language before he got here, who learned the language himself by small talk, who was obviously awkward and uncomfortable. You can make a determination as far as all of those things, as to what weight you put on each piece of evidence and what weight you assign. Because like we talked about from the beginning, each of you individually has a verdict. And collectively, as a jury, you make a decision. But it is important for each and every one of you to have your voices heard. It's important that you take time to deliberate and make a determination as far as what culpability Mr. Tower has. I would suggest to you that the evidence presented leads to a manslaughter conviction. And we would ask that you come back with that verdict. Thank you.
State rebuttal when you're ready.
Defense counsel argued that defendant told you yesterday, and he did, that this has a lot to do with everything I've been through and everything I've seen. You've heard no evidence, zero evidence of the defendant and what he saw and what he's been through. You are not.
Burden shifting?
I'll overrule the objection. I'll just remind everybody, there's no obligation or burden on the defense to do anything. You may continue.
The defense has no burden. But when you hear arguments that defy logic, you can reject the arguments by the defense. The defendant doesn't have to prove anything in this case, but he did. He proved everything in this case when he took that stand yesterday, and he said, I was sitting in the car thinking about it before I went into the house. I thought about killing my parents before I went into the house. So again, does the defense have to prove anything? No. Is it my burden? Yes. And I urge you to hold the state to its burden. But you have heard no evidence, absolutely no evidence about what the defendant has seen and what the defendant has been through. And that is not burden shifting. That is simply a fact. The defendant described this as rage, but not rage that developed suddenly from a sudden event, some altercation with his parents, something that would make an ordinary, reasonable person lose self-control. This wasn't something sudden that happened that made Dima Tower lose his normal self-control and go in there and stab his parents. As I said earlier, his parents were fast asleep in their bed. They posed absolutely no danger to him. They did nothing to upset him or provoke his rage that night. I don't know where his rage was fostered, and neither do you. But he had rage for his parents when he was sitting out in that car, and he acted on that rage. This was not manslaughter. This was not a crime of passion. He sat out in his car and thought about it. And again, you're going to hear instructions about speculation. They're in your jury instructions. On Monday night, you took an oath to well and truly try this case based on the law and based on the facts, not on speculation. In fact, the jury instructions forbid you to speculate about the defendant's past or what he's seen or what he went through when his mother died. That's pure speculation, and you may not do that. Do not let yourself be persuaded because the defendant tried to and was prevented, correctly so, from talking about his past, because that is not why we're here. We're here because the defendant killed his parents. The law doesn't change for people to fit their situations. Whether you're an executive of Coca-Cola or whether you're a kid from a bad neighborhood, whether you graduated from Northport High School or you graduated from Harvard, the law is the same for every single person. And what he went through when he was a kid has nothing to do with this crime that he committed. Don't be persuaded that because the defendant had a horrible childhood and he ended up in an orphanage, that he's somehow justified in doing what he did. Those photographs say everything. There is no justification for that. I'm asking you to think about the facts and think about the law, and only that, because there is no room for sympathy or speculation in your job. I'm asking you to hold the defendant accountable for what he did. I'm asking you to find him guilty of killing Robbie Tower and Jennifer Tower after premeditation. I'm asking you to hold him guilty of first-degree murder on both counts, and also for fleeing to elude law enforcement officer with lights and siren. I thank you for your patience and your attention.
That concludes the closing arguments. Folks, as you might know, I think we talked about this at jury selection. We chose to have two alternates because we were going for the whole week. If someone got sick, we would have them fill in. Do you folks remember your numbers from day one? Remember you had a paddle in your hand? I'm going to try to see if we can identify our alternates by number. They were number 45, initials SM, is that right? Okay. And juror number 50, JP. Where are you? Do you folks have any personal belongings back in the jury room? Yes? While I'm going over this last instruction, why don't you go with Carl, the bailiff, and gather your personal belongings. When you're done, Carl, give me about maybe a minute or two. We'll bring you back in. You can just come over to the side. You've spent a whole week with these folks. You can say bye to them as they're walking out in transition. I'm going to speak to you just for a bit before I send you folks home, okay, the alternates, okay? Everybody can remain seated while the alternates head out with Carl. For the rest of you, you comprise our jury, so you can turn to that last jury instruction in your packet. I'm going to read that to you. In just a moment, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until that juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about the case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communications, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during your deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in the case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, or laptops, or other electronic devices in the jury room. The rules do not allow you to keep those or bring those into the jury room. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices with the bailiff. These devices will be safeguarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. I think what Carl will do is he'll put a cart outside your jury room. If you want to make a call to a loved one, let them know you're well. Turn your phone to silent or off. That includes Apple Watches, electronic watches, iPads, any electronics. If you can turn those to off or silent, just put them on the cart outside the jury room, okay? If you need to communicate with me for any reason, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys here in court before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. A, some of these exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. And B, if you wish to see any of these other exhibits, please request that in writing. Both apply in this case. What we decided is we're not going to send any of the knives back to you in the jury room. There was a butcher block, you may recall, with some knives and then 2 other knives. You're entitled to see those if you wish. So that would be a note by a foreperson signed saying would like to see the knives, for example. What we'd do in that case, I'd talk about it with the attorneys. We could either have a bailiff just bring them into the jury room, have you have access to those for a few minutes and then collect them, or we can bring you back into the courtroom and have a bailiff walk in front of you with those as well, okay? But other than the knives, all other evidence will go back with you. Again, you have the jury cart back there if you want to view or watch any evidence that's in the form of electronics. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules that we all share. All right, folks, at this time, if you can take your writing implement, your notepads, and your jury instructions, and head on out with Carl, okay? To my alternates, go ahead and just move a little bit so the other jurors can go by. recess until we have a question or verdict. Please leave your cell phone with the clerk. Please stay within 15 or so minutes so that we can all get back into the courtroom. Folks in the audience, we're not going to individually, of course, call any of you. If you want to be present, leave your number with the attorneys, and they'll assist you and let me know when we're back in court. Okay? All right, we'll be adjourned until we have a question or verdict. Folks, thank you. You don't need to tell me if you're upset or happy, but
I see how I tricked y'all. I put where y'all couldn't choose nothing but first degree on the poll. I said they can't choose nothing but first degree. There is no lesser charge in the SweetP's court. Did y'all see that? Oh my gosh! On Court TV, okay, because they back there deliberating, y'all. So I'm watching the clock over there. But Court TV, like, unless there is some angry Ukrainian adoptive child or orphan child on the jury, this guy has no chance. I was like, oh my goodness. Yikes. Okay. Well, I guess that says it all. Yes, I'm sure we will have a verdict very, very soon. Let's see. Our other trial does not start. They actually have 2 cases that are in verdict watch, guys. We didn't cover the case because they did not show it on regular they didn't show it on Law and Crime, or they did it on regular news, and I didn't want to get a copyright potential strike again, so we didn't do it. But that Iowa case where the pipe massacre with Luke Truesdale, we didn't cover it. But if anybody was looking at that case or anything like that, they are in verdict watch, and they've been back there about 3 hours deliberating. You think it's gonna be a nightmare for him? SD, I don't believe that. I think he's gonna be right at home. I think that's just in my opinion. And the reason why I say I think he's gonna be right at home, because clearly what they were giving him was the absolute worst. Right? What they were giving him was absolutely terrible from the orphanage that he came from in Ukraine. Right? They were giving it to him so bad that he had to unalive them. So I guess that's the worst of the worst, because he wasn't doing all this unaliving to the people over there in Ukraine. Right? And they said he was like in like I don't know, when I hear orphanage and I hear compound, it sounds like very confined conditions, very disturbing conditions. It seemed like anything would be better than that. So I just don't even understand. I don't even understand how he's over here and he's an adult now. It's not that he was a kid when these things happened and he's saying that he did this thing, because he was on the stand alluding to that they did some things. They were not good parents. You know, they accused him of breaking up the marriage, different things like that. I completely get that. Thank you, SD. I completely get that. And I understand that. But now you are an adult. Like when you're 18, you can kick rocks. Like you can kick rocks. He even sat up on the stand and said that he was in Virginia. He stayed with his adoptive mom's parent. And then he stayed on his own. So you could have been out here by yourself. Like, you know, there are people in normal day-to-day life that we live with our parents. We don't get along. We make a plan at 14, 15 years old that we leaving when we turn 18 and we not turning back. And it's okay. You can go out and be on your own. You are 18. So I just don't, so when he's talking about all the damage and things, I just, especially when he's saying that he lived out on his own, I can't go there with him. Yeah, it's like he wanted certain things, but he didn't want it all. Yeah, Baka. That's what I'm getting. I don't know. They'll be back very shortly with this verdict. I say they gonna go back there, pick a 4th person, and they'll be right back, guys. Our trial in Vegas is not scheduled to start. Let me see what time that's supposed to start. They be all over the place. I don't think they supposed to start till like 10. But let me go check. Yeah, so it doesn't start till about 10. So they got about an hour and a half before that trial starts. What I would like to do is who is this? I'm just looking on the YouTube streets to see if there's something else that we should be watching. Do y'all want to look at? Yeah, it's 9 a.m. Vegas time, but it's 10 a.m. my time. Vegas is an hour behind me. So we got about an hour and a half before that court starts. So y'all want me to put on some old testimony of his? Yeah, yeah. Dr. Rachel will have to come explain that to us. She's in the training today, but maybe, hopefully, she'll be able to come in before the verdict. I ain't buying it. Put the boy on the stand up. Okay. His testimony wasn't that long, but yeah, I'll definitely put it up. Let's see. Let's go to our YouTube page. Yeah, I don't know. I can't get there with him. I mean, some people can get there with certain things. I just can't get there with him. Only because he's so mean about it. Like, I'd rather somebody just don't say nothing and be quiet and be sad and don't say nothing. But for him to get up there and get so defiant, like somebody then did something to him, like, that's why his lawyer told him, you went up there and did exactly what I told you not to do. Wait a minute, I'm getting us to the part.
So, Ms. Freilich, you're going to rest on the record. I'll turn to Mr. Gilman, and you can call your client, Mr. Tower, as a witness. Let's bring the jurors in. All right, everybody may be seated. All right, state.
Your Honor, the state is resting its case in chief.
All right, the state has rested their case in chief, so I'll turn to the defense. Mr. Gilman.
The defense calls Dima Tower.
All right, Mr. Tower, can you please stand and face the clerk? Madam Clerk, can you swear in the witness?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
You may be seated. Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Can you just move up a little closer and make sure you're talking in the microphone there, okay? Can you please tell us your name?
Dima James Tower.
And Mr. Tower, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay. And where, I noticed you have an accent. Where were you born?
I was born in Ukraine,
What part of Ukraine?
in far east part, Luhansk. That is,
Hey, y'all, wait a minute. Didn't nobody tell me that the deputy got sentenced this morning? Y'all know y'all supposed to be my eyes and my ears. We gotta, y'all want to watch this or y'all want to watch the deputy's sentencing this morning? We watched this trial. You know, the one that said he was accidentally cleaning his pew and unalive a girlfriend. You know, Court TV got all this stuff on there. They get on my nerves. I wonder, did Law and Crime have it? Wait a minute. Let me see if Law and Crime got it. Dang, it don't look like Law and Crime got it, man. Hold on, I'm just trying to see. Maybe Law and Crime. What's the name? Got too much stuff on. They just got a whole mess going on their thing. Dang. Nope, I guess we gotta watch it on for TV. Y'all cool with watching it? I'm sorry. Okay, let's watch his sentencing. Let me see.
GRIGORYWRIGHT. What would you like to tell me, sir? What would you like to tell me?
My name is Gregory Wright, and Polina was my sister. Me, Polina, and Julia were all born in Russia, and we got adopted in 2004. For the first 5 years of their life, their safety was on me. We didn't have a good father figure around, so I was in charge of keeping them safe. And I did until we got to America, and then it was on my father. And he did great for 13 years. And then the responsibility shifted to to Mr. Boileau, and he was not able to do that. I saw Julia get married. I saw her become a mother. It breaks my heart that I won't get to see the same for Paulina. I have a daughter, 8 years old. Paulina won't get to see her grow up, graduate high school, any of that. For the rest of my life, I will have to console my father and my mother and my brother and my 3 sisters. Words do no justice in describing how much I miss her. And how much this hurt me. That is all, Your Honor.
Patty, any questions?
No, sir.
Y'all mind if I ask a question or two?
I do not.
You're her older brother?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I am 29 years old.
What's her birthday?
Her birthday is December 31st, 1998.
When did she come to the United States? When did you all come to the United States?
November 16, 2004.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, next state would call Julia Dawson to the stand.
Now, do you raise your right hand? You swear affirming testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, self you got.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down. Tell me your name and how you spell it.
Julia, Julia, Dawson, Dawson.
What would you like to tell me?
My name is Julia Dawson. I am Paulina's twin sister. Growing up, our grandpa called Paulina Dimples and I Giggles. We were Dimple and Giggles. Since Dimples has gone, my Giggles seem to have disappeared. Rarely are they heard much these days. Losing my twin sister in such a horrendous act has devastated many, but destroyed me. There are no words I could ever say to describe the pain and heartbreak I am feeling. I have lived 25 years being a twin to Paulina. Paulina and I had a bond no one could or would ever understand. God blessed me with one twin. There is no going to find another. Paulina is all I've known my whole life. The bond formed between us even before birth is a lifelong connection. And in a blink of an eye, that was all taken away from me. Half of me has died. I desperately pray I can feel whole again, but knowing Paulina is no longer here, earthside with me, leaves me numb. Paulina was my biggest cheerleader. She stood next to me on my wedding day, held my hand during the birth of my daughter, pushed me to do hard things, encouraged me to step out of my comfort zone, showed up for me, listened to me, cried with me, laughed with me. I could keep going. I would no longer get to make any memories with her. I just cling on to the 25 years. God blessed me with having her by my side. She was my best friend. No morning as I wake or lay my head down to rest go without tears, anger, pain, and Paulina on my mind. I'm dreading the day I have to tell my daughter and future kids the horror story of what happened to their Aunt Polly. All I have left is photos and memories to share. My daughter will never get to experience the love her Aunt Polly would have continued to give her. She was the best aunt. Anytime she saw her niece and nephew, her smile would light up the whole room. Paulina only got 8 months with her babies before she was taken. The good days are stolen from me because I remember Paulina isn't here to celebrate and do life with me. The bad days are only worse because I'm constantly reminded of the evil way she was taken for no reason. I am now left to celebrate birthdays on my own. I am left to blow out Paulina's side of the candles on our birthday cake. A day that's supposed to be filled with life and celebration is now a day I mourn and wish to never celebrate again. My life is now filled with fear, anger, anxiety, sleepless nights, nightmares, endless tears and heartbreak that will never go away. Through my tears, pain, and sorrow, Jesus is better. I do not know why this happened to Paulina. I do not know why this happened to both families. But I do know we have a faithful, all-knowing, and loving Father. Because of Jesus' blood, Paulina is in eternal glory now, where we all yearn to be. That is all I have left to cling on to. I will see her beautiful face again, and what a celebration that will be. My life will live on, but it will never be the same again. The emotional wounds caused will never heal. I will continue to carry Paulina's memory on.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
No, sir.
You can be seated, ma'am.
State has no more witnesses, Your Honor.
Mr. Patty, do you have any witnesses you wish to call?
Yes, sir. Juan Garone. Dave Willie.
Have you raised your right hand? Do you swear affirm any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell me your name and how you spell it.
David Boyle. DAVID BOILEAU.
Great, thank you, sir. Mr. Patty?
He has a letter that was submitted with the other letters. You're welcome to read that, or if you want to add to it, you can do that now.
I have read it.
You have read it?
I have read it, but if you want to read it, you can. If there's anything you want to say, you can.
If you've already read it, sir, then I'll just add to it. My condolences to the Wright family. It's a terrible tragedy that happened. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
And I would like to take some brief testimony from Mr. Boyle.
All right. Let me have you raise your right hand, sir. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You put your hand down.
Could you state your full name, please?
Leslie Dale Boyle, Jr.
All right. Mr. Boyle, at the time of your arrest, you were employed as a Marion County deputy, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had you worked for the sheriff's office?
8 years.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
No.
Have you ever been arrested for a crime?
No.
Is there anything else? I mean, you testified at the trial. Is there anything else that you would like to say today?
Yeah. I've gone over and over in my head about how blind I could have been to allow this situation to unfold. Comes down to me being complacent, prideful, arrogant, and overconfident. And I know I can't make up for what happened that night, but I'm going to do my best to make a difference. And I'm truly sorry to both families.
Dave, did you all have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Was there any other evidence you wanted to present?
No, sir.
All right. Oof, that's rough. This whole thing is rough. Twin sister, losing her twin. Anton Bell.
He is trained and only on court
Factors. To that end, I have thought about the downward departure sentence. Code would have me sentence you to a term of imprisonment of at least 12.125 years. You have asked me to consider imposing a downward departure sentence of less than that. I do find that the greater weight of the evidence has established that this was an isolated incident committed in an unsophisticated manner for which you have shown remorse. As such, a sentence of less than 12.125 years could be lawfully imposed. But simply because a downward departure sentence can be imposed does not mean that it must be imposed. The question before me today then is, should I depart? To make this decision, I must weigh the totality of the circumstances of this case, including the aggravating and mitigating factors. To that end, I have thought about the evidence presented and reflected on what justice requires here today. On the one hand, you were a law enforcement officer. You swore an oath to serve as a law enforcement officer, a solemn promise to protect others, even at the risk of your own life. And for 8 years, you did that. And by all measures, you did that well and honorably. You know what it's like to put on a bulletproof vest each morning, knowing that your day may bring you face to face with mortal danger at the hands of a person who may seek to use a firearm to end your life. Most people don't know what that's like. Your service will be recognized today as a mitigating factor, as will your record of good character and the good that you did in this community until September 19th of 2024. But one cannot simply ignore the other side of that coin. You, more than most, understood the power of a firearm and the responsibility that comes with holding one. Putting on your vest every day was also a reminder that firearms are deadly weapons capable of ending life. You were trained. I've looked through your training records. They were admitted into evidence during the trial. You were highly trained how to handle firearms safely, to protect innocent life, and to avoid taking it. Your training records speak for themselves. Treat every weapon as if it were loaded. You knew all of that, and you knew to never point your weapon at anything you did not intend to shoot. But despite all of that, on September 19th, 2024, you pointed a rifle at Ms. Wright, pulled the trigger, shot her between the eyes, and killed her. Afterward, you had what appeared to be the audacity to cast blame upon her because she asked you to teach her how to use firearms. She was innocent. It never should have happened. I could say that it could have been prevented, but that would imply it was simply an accident. It was more than that. It was senseless, reckless, and criminal. There will be no winners in the courtroom today. You have brought loss to everybody here, and none of their lives will ever be the same. Paulina Wright lost her life in the promise of all that it could have been. Her family very clearly lost a lifetime of memories they will never get to make. And even your family, they have to live with having you in their lives in the way that they deserve. And your actions and your choices are to blame for all of that. Mr. Boileau, you are going to lose your freedom today. The totality of the circumstances in this case do not warrant a downward departure sentence, and I will not exercise my discretion to impose one. I will, however, try to achieve some measure of justice here, with an understanding that true justice would be restoring what was lost, something that is far above what I have the power to do. Every life has worth beyond measure, and every act has a consequence. Your act of taking Ms. Wright's life in the Judge. The blue man flashed. Should be good. Madam Clerk, if you would mind calling ECR. Every life has worth beyond measure, and every act has a consequence. Your act of taking Ms. Wright's life in the manner you did is no exception. It is a crime, and for it you will be punished. Accordingly, as to the offense of manslaughter with a firearm, you will be adjudicated guilty. You will be sentenced to 25 years, 8 months, and 20 days in the Department of Corrections. You will receive credit for 47 days served. I've calculated that as follows. You were arrested on September 20th, 2024, and posted bond on September 21st, 2024. That is 2 days of credit. You were remanded into custody following the trial October 1st, 2025, and remained in custody through today. That's 31 days in October, 14 thus far in November, for a total of 45 days. It's a total of 47. You'll pay a fine, $1,000. Any mandatory court costs and surcharges of $100 and the cost of prosecution to the Office of the State Attorney. You have 30 days if you'd like to file notice of appeal, and if you cannot afford to hire an attorney to represent you on appeal and qualify, I am happy to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you on appeal. That'll be the sentence of the court. Would you like me to consider Mr. Teddy appointing the Office of the Public Defender for appeal?
Not at this time.
Okay, very good. Court will be adjourned.
Whoa. Book thrown at Mr. Boileau.
Wow. He got the max. Boy, the judge was like, the judge peeped game. Because remember, he tried to act like it was her fault. You know, I should have never taught her. And remember his old dramatic self. And the judge was like, you had the audacity, the all mitigated gall to act like it was her fault. Oh, 25, he done. He done. So the jury been back there 34 minutes and 51 seconds, 52, 53, 54. So they are still back there deliberating. The other jury in Iowa with the massacre case, they have been deliberating for 4 hours and 4 minutes. We still want to go back to his testimony, Mr. Towers' testimony, where we were listening to him? Or do y'all want me to replay closings? What would y'all like for me to do? Gosh, he got 25 years. I'm glad I seen that on the site. Oof. It's the Pipe Massacre case where the guy, he is accused of allegedly unaliving 4 people. Okay. We didn't cover the trial because they had it. It was on a local channel, SD, and I did not want to. Oh, Baca, you say the max was 30? Oh, I thought the max was 25. That's what Court TV said. They said he got the max. Okay. Yeah, they didn't broadcast it on Court TV or Law and Crime, so I didn't cover it. Yeah, he said his dad confessed to doing the massacre. Oh yeah, I ain't doing it. The only ones that I can do like local TV is in I do Florida, because Florida they down for anything. Channel 10 and Channel 35, they love the coverage of the coverage. But after that stuff with that one channel, that K4 or whatever. Okay, Tanya. Okay, so I'm gonna put us back where we listening to his thing. Our next trial starts in about an hour. Where is the case at? It's in Iowa. Or you asked me what channel I saw it on.
Borders with Russia.
And when did you come to live in the United States?
I came in 2015.
So you were living in Ukraine in February of 2014 when there was an incursion into Crimea? I use a lot of big words there. I'm sorry. Were you living in Ukraine in February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you living when you were in Ukraine before you came to the United States? Where were you living?
Well,
Like what type of house?
Before the orphanage?
No, I was talking about the orphanage. Tell me about that. What type of place was that?
Should I talk about my life before the orphanage, or?
We will, sure. How did you end up getting to an orphanage?
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow brief background, very, very brief, so let's not spend too much time. Okay?
Sure. And Your Honor, actually, if we could approach briefly.
You may.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why does he keep looking down? Well, Dr. Rachel, you're going to have to come explain to us. Yeah, he sounds pretty good in English to me.
Who did you go to live with after that?
I went to live with my brother.
Okay. How long did that last for?
Maybe a couple months, so.
Okay. And then where did you go?
I went to my uncle's house.
Okay. How long did that last for?
A couple months.
And you eventually end up in the foster care system in Ukraine, correct?
Objection, waiting.
Yeah, I was in two orphanage, or for foster care, orphanages, whatever they call that. The first one I was in before the war, and then
Objection,
I
no
was.
responsive.
Overruled. I mean, he's trying to give a time frame of when he was in the orphanage. You can answer the question.
I was in the first orphanage in that same region I was born in, the same side of Ukraine. And then when the war started, we were moved to another part of Ukraine, which is somewhere close to the sea.
And was it around that time that you met the Towers, that they came over to meet you?
Yes, I met them at the, I believe it was end of summer of 2013. I met them. Well, I actually met him over here after I was sent to visit for a month in the States. I flew in and met him at the airport.
Was that the first time that you had met them?
That was the first time, yes.
And how long after that do you come to this country?
Well, I also came for the second visit. That summer of 2014, I came for the second visit to meet the rest of the family.
And then you come to live permanently when? In 2015?
Well, I was adopted right before the 2015. I was adopted that winter, and I came to live here in 2015 years.
Okay. Did you go to school here in Sarasota County?
The questions that you're asking me are very complicated, and cannot be simply answered, but I'm forced to simply answer the questions, which cannot, for no right reason, can be answered simply. These are not simple questions.
School, you did go to school. What else be doing?
Other witnesses are not allowed to have this kind of conversation with counsel.
Let's try not to have speaking objections, Counselor. I'll sustain the objection as non-responsive. Please move on, Mr. Gilman.
Do you remember talking to law enforcement in this case and telling them that you went to Northport High School for a little while?
Yeah, I went to, right after I was adopted, I went to the school in Northport, Woodland Middle School. And then after I did half a year in that, I enrolled in Northport High School.
Okay.
Which I dropped out of in 10th grade.
Okay. And Did you know any English before you came to the United States?
No,
How did you learn English?
by conversating here and there, small talk.
All right. And how long did you live with the Towers prior to, either graduating high school or moving out?
Again, this is a complicated question, and
Objection to narrative.
the answer, it can be very long because I moved in, I moved out.
Objection to narrative.
I'm going to sustain the objection as non-responsive.
Okay. You said you dropped out after 10th grade. Did you move out after that?
No, I stayed, but I didn't really move out on my own. It's just too many family issues.
Okay. And you were not living with them. When did you move back in with them prior to August the 31st of 2023?
I don't understand the question.
So in August of 2023, which is the incident that we're talking about, how long prior to that were you back living with the house? 'Cause I know you had just moved back there, correct?
Well, yeah, I assumed that
Do you need a moment, Mr. Tower?
Remember the jurors, let's take a break. Leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Please don't discuss anything related to your jury. Everybody stand, jurors exiting. All right, Mr. Gibbon, why don't you spend a moment with your client? We can't tolerate this kind of behavior here in the courtroom. I've already spoken to your client about it. So let's take a 5-minute break. Let's let the defense have an opportunity to talk to the defendant to see if he can go forward on the stand.
Oh my good. I said, oh gosh, he about to do it now. The judge about to stop all this shit. OMG. No. I feel bad. Yeah, and I'm for his life is
About the folks in the audience. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower?
I do.
Okay, are you able to move forward in that?
I am.
position? Okay. Also, Mr. Tower, the way a jury trial works is the attorneys, their job is to ask questions, and your role as a witness is to answer the questions that are asked of you. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, anything we have to discuss before we move forward?
No, Your Honor.
You had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Tower about
I
the
did.
procedure and how we'll move forward?
I did.
All right, anything else to discuss with the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury back in, please.
All rise, jury order.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, Mr. Gilman, when you're ready, please continue.
All right. And Mr. Tower, I want to focus you on when you sat down and talked with the police down there in Venice. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Was that the first time that you had ever had that kind of encounter with police?
Yes.
How'd that make you feel?
Awkward. Made me feel awkward.
Hold on one moment. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. Why would you say it makes you feel awkward?
Because I'm uncomfortable talking because I had many miscommunication and or not enough communication or misunderstanding with my adoptive parents. So I grew up into not knowing how to talk.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. It was completing the answer. You may continue, Mr. Gilman.
So when you were talking with the police, did you understand everything that they were asking you?
I did.
Did you feel like you answered appropriately given that you were uncomfortable?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking with them about multiple times having thoughts of killing your parents?
Yeah, I only had those thoughts a couple times.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further, Judge.
State the cross-examination when you're ready.
Are you going to look me in the eye, Mr. Tower? Guess not. So you said you didn't think about killing your parents.
I did not plan on it.
Mr. Tower,
It was not premeditated.
Mr. Tower, when I ask you a question, you can answer, but not until then. You pulled out a sharp knife and you walked into your parents' bedroom, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. What were you thinking about between the time you took that sharp knife, walked into your parents' bedroom, and started to stab your father in the dark?
I wasn't thinking anything.
You weren't thinking anything.
What is there to think?
I don't know. Your parents were sound asleep, weren't they?
I don't know.
Was your father awake when you started to stab him?
It was pitch black.
You picked up a knife from the kitchen and you cowardly went into your...
Argumentative.
Were your parents awake?
I don't know if they were awake. I already answered it. She asked me a second time.
What did you say?
You asked me a second time the same question.
What did your father say after you stabbed him?
What the hell are you doing?
And then what happened? Did you stab him again?
Yes.
Okay, what were you thinking about between the first stab and the second stab?
There's nothing to think.
Nothing to think.
What am I supposed to think then?
Listen to me. You don't, there was nothing to think. That's your answer. All right. So you're telling me that as a human being, you walked into your father's bedroom with your mother sleeping next to him. The parents that brought you over here.
Objection, argumentative, compound question.
These people were not my parents.
Hold on. I'm going to bit compoundish, but I'm going to allow it. You may continue with your question.
Thank you. The parents that brought you over here to this country, and you weren't thinking anything.
These people were not my parents. There's a lot went on that changed our relationship.
That's not my question. My question is, are you telling this jury that you won't even look in the eye that the people who brought you over here and gave you a home, that you were stabbing them and you didn't think anything of it? Is that what you're saying?
The answer's too complicated for you.
No, it's not a complicated answer. It's a yes or it's a no.
It's not. It's a complicated answer.
However, you told the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere, didn't you?
When I was talking to detectives, I was not in my completely right state of mind.
Mr. Tower, did you tell the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere?
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I said I was not in my right state of mind when I was talking to detectives. It just went on a lot, you know.
Let the jury recall what they did.
Objection, argumentative.
I was under the influence of alcohol also.
I'll sustain that it's unresponsive. He's not answering your question.
Your parents,
They were not my parents, unfortunately.
Sir, you cannot interrupt the attorney. Wait for them to finish their question, and then you can answer the question asked of you, okay? Please ask your question.
Mr. Tower, the people that brought you over here, they gave you an opportunity to be a somebody from somewhere, didn't they?
It depends on their parenting.
What?
It depends on their parenting, how you raise your children.
Depends on the what?
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No,
Have you ever been a mother of children?
After you stabbed your father to death, you walked outside with a knife in your hand because Jennifer was outdoors, wasn't she?
I was temporarily insane.
Sir, can you please sit back from the microphone? It's difficult to hear you. Thank you.
All right. When you walked out of the house after you killed your father, did you carry the knife with you to lead Jennifer back in?
I did.
You did or did not? I can't
I
understand.
said I did.
You did. You took the knife with you to go out and find the person that adopted you.
Yes, I was temporarily insane, as I said.
Temporarily insane.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you strike that last response. There is no insanity defense. There is no evidence presented in this trial to insanity. So I will just order that you not receive that answer. It's irrelevant, not permissible during this trial. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. Were you thinking about killing your mother when you went outside with the knife and led her back in?
What do you mean by thinking?
Did your parents buy you a car?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
What does has to do with this?
Did your parents buy you a car? Answer my question.
Well, I know where your question is. I know. I
Answer
don't
my
understand.
question,
I don't
Mr.
understand your
Tower.
question. I don't understand it.
Did your parents buy you a car?
I don't understand this question.
Did your parents get you a bank card?
Yes, and I don't understand it. What's the point of this question?
Did your parents get you a bank card?
So?
Did you have a TV in your room?
No. What's the point of these questions?
You told the detectives that you were thinking about killing your parents for the last several days. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Were you in the courtroom when your recording was played? Mr. Tower,
I was.
were you listening?
I was listening.
And did you hear that you were telling the detectives that you were thinking about that for more than a day?
Again,
You don't remember that? part?
again, I did not know what I was saying. Also, I only taught this a couple of times. This was not a constant thought in my head.
Okay, so you thought about it at least a couple times before you did it?
No, I taught it one time, and the second time I taught it, I did it. There was no thinking about it.
You thought about it the first time, and then you put it off. Then you thought about it the second time, and then you went and did it? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you thought about it the first time, where were you?
Probably in the car somewhere.
Where in the car? Parked in front of your house?
Possibly. Very possibly.
Very possibly.
Well, I don't remember. You asking me a question that happened a long time ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Why did you ask your mother to go back inside the house?
Brought her off the street. I don't know.
Because you wanted to kill her, didn't you? Did you hear the doctor talk about how many times you stabbed your mother, Jennifer Towers, the person that you say is not your mother? How many times did you stab her?
You're talking to someone who has no understanding.
You don't understand that question?
No, you don't understand what you're saying.
How many times did you stab your mother?
I didn't know.
More than once?
Yeah, more than once. I don't know how many times.
More than twice?
You've seen it how many times? So we were all in here. You've seen it.
Because these members of the jury have a right to hear what you have to say.
Objection, Your Honor.
They don't hear what I say because I'm not allowed to say it.
Let's not have an argument between you and the witness, okay? Let's ask your next question, please.
These jurors are not allowed to what I have to say.
Hold on. Mr. Tower, you need to wait until the question is finished and then answer the question that's asked of you, okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. You told the detectives that you stabbed your mother to death, but not until you finished what you had to say to her. What did you have to say to her that night?
There was a lot went on between the three of us.
What did you say to your mother before you stabbed her to death?
I'm answering your question. You're not listening. There was a lot that went on between the three of us. It wasn't just a parents and a child.
So there was a lot that went on among the three of you, correct?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That I'm being stopped from talking about it.
How old were you when you killed Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
21?
You were a grown man, weren't you?
No, I was not. You don't know what the definition of a grown man.
At 21 years old, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people that you were living with? Why didn't you just move out?
The age has nothing to do with it.
Mr. Tower, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people you were living with?
I did move out a long time ago. I came back.
You went to West Virginia, didn't you?
Before West Virginia, I moved out. I just told you there was a lot that went on between the three of us. That the judge and the state won't let me talk.
Mr. Tower, do you believe in free will?
There's no free will. You know, we're all controlled in the States.
Mr.
Especially-
Tower, answer my question. It's a simple question. Do you believe that people have free will?
The answer, the question is not simple. If you look around, this is bigger than us.
When you went to live in West Virginia, how long were you up there?
I lived other places before West Virginia.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you how long you lived in West Virginia.
Maybe 9 months, 10 months,
And what were you doing up there?
working.
Who set you up in that place to live in West Virginia?
There was a church that I found. The pastor over there helped me.
You were living with Jennifer's father in West Virginia, weren't you?
That was a long time ago before I went to West Virginia to live on my own.
Please answer
You get
my
it mixed,
question.
but you get
Mr.
the
Tower,
questions mixed up.
Mr. Tower, did you live with Jennifer's father in West Virginia?
That was a long time ago. That was not during the time when I went there by myself.
Why did you go to live in West Virginia when you were living with Jennifer's father?
The time that I did go to West Virginia to live with her father was because
Why?
I'm gonna answer. Let me think about it. We were having fights in the family, and I was gonna visit. I was gonna see him for
Could we
maybe
have
for a
him
couple,
move away
maybe
from
for
the
a couple
microphone
months.
so we can hear?
Maybe for a couple months, I was gonna visit him until I went to Job Corps.
Yeah, who set you up in the Job Corps? Jennifer, didn't she?
What is your point?
Did Jennifer set you up in the Job Corps?
No,
Did Jennifer set you up to live with her father in West Virginia?
no. What is the point of your question?
Remember, you're under oath, Mr. Tower. You're
I know I'm
oath
under
to
oath.
tell the truth.
You're making no point in your questions. You're forgetting there was
Mr. Tower, you
the
need
father.
to wait for a question to be asked of you and then answer the question, please. Please ask your next question.
You made Jennifer and Robbie's life in their home a living hell, didn't you, Mr. Tower?
Again, there was a lot that went on.
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
some adults don't know how to be
Yes.
parents. Yes.
You made their life a living
Yeah,
hell.
no, I didn't. There's some adults don't know how to be parents. You don't know what you're talking about.
In fact,
I came from a harsh environment.
many people come from a harsh
Yeah,
environment
but
and they don't kill their parents.
you gotta know how to treat those people correctly so they grow up properly.
Yeah, so how do you need to be treated?
I have been treated. It's too late for that. I'm adult now, but you're talking as if you don't know how to be a parent and you don't know what it takes.
Are you a parent?
No, I'm not a parent, but you're asking me a
You made their
Pointless
life a living hell. In fact, your father told you that you were destroying his marriage.
If I
to
made-
his wife, isn't it true?
if I made their life a
Mr.
living hell,
Folks,
that's probably
hold
had
on,
something to
hold
do
on.
with them.
The two of you are just talking over each other.
No, he's
Ms.
refusing to
Fragrant,
answer.
you're asking a question, he begins to answer, and then you add to your question. Mr. Tower, when she's speaking, you then begin to answer. And what's happening is none of us are catching the question nor the answer. So let's please follow the procedure that we've done all throughout the trial. Let's please do a question, then we'll do a pause, and then the answer. Mr. Tower, I need you to answer the question and not ad lib and add to it, okay, sir? Please ask your next question, Ms. Fragrant.
Did your father tell you that you were disrupting his marriage to Jennifer Tower, his wife?
Jennifer told me that before the adoption, that in the beginning,
He's
Rob,
not responding.
I'm responding. Rob did not want to adopt at all. And then he wanted to adopt a daughter. And then finally, he agreed to adopt a son. So he didn't really want to adopt to begin with.
Mr. Tower, there was no question related to wanting to adopt other children. The question was calling for a yes or no response.
Well, he didn't really want to adopt me is what I'm saying.
Mr. Tower, if you can please listen to the question and answer yes or no. Please ask the question again.
Thank you. Did your father tell you that you were destroying his marriage to Jennifer?
I was not destroying his marriage to Jennifer.
The question, sir, the question was, did your father tell you that? Did your father tell you that, yes or no?
What do you want me to say? He doesn't know how to love his wife. What do you want me to say?
Right, I'll sustain the objection as unresponsive. He's unable to answer. Please don't move on to your next question.
Who paid for your flights in 2013 and 2014?
That's me. Don't worry. That's me. That's an error in my own stuff. I know why that's there. I think. I hope. Oh boy. Wait a minute. It's because I'm editing. When I seen some of those little what are they called? Let me get another part up. Yeah, when I seen some of this stuff, because that's like the no fluff version. And when I seen in the no fluff version that we still had
Are you
something
going to look me in the eye, Mr.
here,
Howard?
I decided to start editing. And I see what I'm editing is changing.
I'm answering your question. You don't know what you're saying. These schools today, they don't teach anything the kids should know. And the schools are not for everyone.
Mr. Tower, you dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled from high school.
No, I wasn't. I'm telling you that. You ever been to school? You know that schools don't teach kids proper education.
Mr. Tower, stop talking.
I'm talking because you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on to the next question. His answer was no. Please move on to your next question.
In fact, you were about to get expelled because you were fighting with other children in the school and on the bus, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
No, I wasn't. I just told you what happened.
How old were you when you dropped out of high school?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. How old were you when you were in 10th grade?
I said I don't remember.
When you were sitting out in your car before you went into the house on the night of August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked in?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Gilman.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a short break, 5-minute break. Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Everybody, please stand. Jurors are exiting. All right, everybody may be seated. Mr. Tower, you can return to your table next to your lawyer, sir. Mr. Gilman, any additional evidence, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state any rebuttal witnesses. No, Your Honor. Okay. So what we can do is we can bring the jurors back in. Mr. Gilman, you can rest on the record. Is that right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll send the jurors.
I'm gonna have to look at my other stuff to see if I got that little part of the clip, because I try to keep them. I try to, when I'm making the clips, I try to make them real concise. So I gotta see if I can find it. Let's see if I can hear where his lawyer said, that is not what I told you to do. That's why the lawyer, I'm telling you, the lawyer wanted to ask him more questions. He wanted to get into that background, but he was going off the rails with it. So he was going left field with it, so the attorney really couldn't do much. That's why after the cross, the attorney was like, no, I don't have no further questions, because he knew if he opened that door again. I mean, I'm telling y'all, that didn't remind y'all of like Primal Fear with Marty? For everybody that did their homework a couple months ago, when we all went home and watched Primal Fear with our guy, Richard Gere. Like, it reminded me of him. Like, he was like a ticking time bomb. And the prosecution team, she did exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to pick and pick and pick and pick. And I was like, I was thinking that I still be wanting to think, just go for the gusto, jump over the stand. Come on, get it, Marty. Which one? No, what was his name? Aaron. I don't know if he was Aaron or what was the alter ego? I can't remember the alter ego name. Yeah, like, come on. And actually look like him too. Like, I wanted him to do it. Just do it. Like Nike. Just do it, man. Like, because it's over. After that, like, he could have kept his head down. He could have answered the questions. He wanted to answer everything his way. Could y'all imagine what them parents had to go through? I don't know. I know he was in Fight Club. Oh, gosh, I can't think of his name. No, it's not Aaron Paul. Aaron Paul? No, that's from Breaking Bad. Is Ed Norton? That's his name? Okay. Well, that is definitely him. I was like, he like a ticking bomb up here. He gonna jump over. He about to get him. He about to get her. He like, you don't know what you talking about. Like, whoa. I'm telling you, them parents went through HE double hockey sticks with him. They tried to give him everything. I don't think that these parents were hurting him. I'm not gonna believe that. I can't. Well, I wanted him to try to jump. I'm pretty sure Aaron was too. I wanted him to try to jump. I wanted him to like slam on the thing and really like show all his true colors. You Bree drummer. I'm telling you, I can't with him. Because first of all, he been away from them all this time. Right? He don't have no sympathy for the whole situation, the people, the family, or nothing. I just can't with him. I'm sorry. I can't find the sympathy. I can't find it for him because this was just so violent and he's so blunt about it and he's so I don't give to about it. And quite honestly, he's scary. I can't, that's scary to me. And I don't know why I don't know what signs they didn't see because remember, he had already, beat them up before. He already had them before. I don't know. That's scary to me. Like when a person, even if a person is doing harm to you, um, and maybe it's because I just don't think that way. But even if a person has done harm to you, right? And you have to retaliate against them, whatever that retaliation may look like, just from you retaliating as a human being. I don't know how everybody else is out here about it. I be kind of salty at myself for letting somebody take me there. Like I be mad because somebody then took me all the way out of my hookup. Kind of like don't let people control your emotions. But this guy, like, even after everything's done and they gone, like, I bet you if she would have asked him, if you had an opportunity to do it over, would you do it over again? I bet you he said, yeah, but this time I would have cut them off, beheaded them or something. I'm telling you, he would have said he would have did the same thing and did some more graphic stuff to them. He would have knew what love was, Barb. He would have knew what love was. I don't think they did anything to him. I'm not gonna believe that. I don't believe they did anything to him. I don't believe that. He gonna get love. He gonna get love from that man love up in there. They gonna get them right together. He gonna get some man love. Well, none of them have done better than Alicia. Yeah, I can't. And y'all know I am the person that I'm going 10 toes down with all these defendants because my whole thing is that when we looking at justice to be served, I want justice to be served appropriately. I want it to be fair. I want it to be legal. I don't want the backdoor stuff and I don't want all of that. Like if you're gonna get caught, I want you to get caught. This guy right here, I can't get there with him because I feel like he ungrateful. I think that there would have been a lot of people over from Ukraine that would have loved to come over here with this family and be set up. Hey, they could have adopted, they could adopt some kids here that would love this lifestyle. He had a car, he had a job, they set him up with different stuff. He was living with them. He could have left, kick rocks. And for him to be so mean, I don't know. I just can't. I can't with him, y'all. I mean, and we'll have our differences of opinion in regards to his background and different things like that because we don't know the end all be all. I don't think that he was lying. I don't think he was lying on the stand. I definitely think that they probably had some things going on in the household, but he kind of contradicted himself because he like, those are not my parents, right? Then he comes back and he said, unfortunately, they are not my parents. So I can't tell when he's saying like, was he salty because these were not his birth parents? Or is he salty because they not his parents? Like in his interview with the police officer, he was saying like, his mom will always take up for him, even when we talk about the dad, because even if the mom wanted him bad, she was going to protect him like moms do. Then, he like, well, they don't know how to be parents. Well, hey, guy, they don't make books on parenting. Our natural parents messed up. So even if adoptive parents mess up, I think it's okay as long as you're not abusing them, right? Like, there is no handbook to this stuff. So if anybody's running around here talking about how to raise your kid, everybody has different personalities. All kids have different personalities. So we gotta, yeah. So I just, ugh. But they still back there deliberating. I don't know what they deliberating for. So I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if I'm like at DP for him, guys. I will say that. I didn't know he was facing DP. I don't know how we got all the way down to MS, but I didn't know he was facing DP. So I read this stuff on Court TV. I thought it was just MS or LY. And I thought with MS, I thought that MS would give him like maybe 10 to 20 years or something, you know, way less charge. And, you know, of course, LWAP is they're going to be in prison, you know, forever. But I didn't know DP was on the table. So I really, really think it was a bad idea for him to get on the stand. Now that furthers because he didn't have any remorse. He didn't have any care. He didn't have anything. And the judge gonna give him the max. So I don't know if I feel like DP. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know, Marielda. Yeah, you're right. We don't know. I will give you that. We don't know whether he was being abused or not. I just don't. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I think if anything, he was abusing them. Remember, they called. Remember, there is a report that he was doing DV on them before in 2021, 2020 when he was like 18, 19. So they called the popos on him before because he was doing stuff to him. Now, if they were doing stuff to him, what I would tell you is what normal people do is when people are doing stuff to you, you may deal with it until you're 18 or even 17, but you leave after that. You leave, you go on about your business and say, pieces, deuces, I'm not doing this no more. You don't wait till you 21 years old and then decide to unalive them. Like he had moved. He had been in Virginia. You heard him. He had been in Job Corps. That's something totally that they don't, when they're in Job Corps, they typically don't stay with the parents. So you had all types of outs. If that's the case that you were being abused. Unless y'all trying to say he was groomed and abused, but he had outs. I don't think that was the out that he should have took. Clearly, hey Ola, how are you? Yeah, just get out. That is definitely my thing. Get out, especially when you done left. He said he had been a whole bunch of places before Virginia. I don't know how far Virginia is from Florida. But it sounds like if you wanted to stay in Virginia and you say that you wasn't staying with her parents and you was staying on your own, you was good. You had a job. But no, you wanted everything. You wanted all the stuff. And I honestly think that yeah, they probably denied him something that he felt like, right? That he felt that he was entitled to receive. And he didn't agree with it in some type of way. And I mean, who I don't know. I think that it didn't actually go his way. And he sat in his car and he was like, I'm gonna off them tonight. Like, I'm telling y'all, if that prosecution team would have questioned him longer and got all what she wanted out on him, he would have snapped on the stand. That is why the defense attorney did not ask any redirect questions, because he knew if he would ask some redirect questions, she would have got back up there and he was boiling. I mean, it took everything he had to compose himself to say them few things that he said. You think the jury didn't see that? That's why when he sat down, the attorney was like, we didn't catch it. I'm going to see if I can find the clip of it. I heard about the hot mic moment where the attorney said, look, that's exactly what I told you not to go up there and do. Okay, Donna, I thank you because Court TV be I heard they have AI writing their article, so it could be seeing all types of stuff. Okay. Yeah, I didn't that was the first time I seen it was today. That's why I was like, oh, okay, well, I don't know about how I feel about that. Yeah. Well, thank you. I thank you for bringing that back. Bringing that back to us. Yeah, so I guess we don't know if he really is facing DP. But I know that they did try to do a plea deal. The defense gave the state a plea deal, and the state was like, no. And the commentary on Court TV, his words, not mine, he was like, look, unless there is a angry Ukrainian orphan child on the jury, he done. The jury probably will not find any sympathy for him. Yeah, you're right, Don. I forgot we looked at you're right, Donna. We did listen to the jury instructions, and no, they did not have DP on there because they'll tell them that they have to come back. They first decide the innocence or guilt, and then they come back for the second trial. You are right. Yes, I don't know why Court TV had that on their website. I just happened to see it, and I'm like, oh, you are absolutely right. Yeah, so no DP. Yeah, because I did not hear that in the closing. I did not hear that in jury instructions, and we definitely did watch both. So our other trial in Nevada is supposed to start. I think what we will do here is we will close this room down. We will go into our Nevada trial, and I'll open it up as soon as they get into the courtroom. I will keep an eye on the verdict over here. And if the verdict does come through, then I will just play it in the Nevada trial. So that way we'll all be together and we could still be watching something in regards to this case. Look at SD talk about, oh, bummer. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we got some action, y'all. I got my other screen up. So let me show y'all. I see somebody coming in the courtroom. I'm assuming this is live because I haven't done anything. So let me share my screen. Oh, yeah, they back. Okay.
Good afternoon. 2 more minutes, I guess. All right, Deputy, I'm told we have a verdict. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we have everybody present. Are both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me just caution everybody in the audience, we're going to respect the verdict, whatever it is, by this jury, so please, similar to what we talked about earlier, no outward signs of emotion or comments. We need to be professional, respect the jury. So if you can't handle it, then I need you to remove yourself kindly, okay? All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All rise, jurors entering.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Everybody may be seated. Members of the jury, I'm told that you reached a verdict. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can the foreperson hand it to the bailiff? I take a look at it next to make sure that it's executed, signed, and dated, etc. And then I'll hand it to the clerk. Can you please hand this to the clerk? And the clerk is going to publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 12th Judicial Circuit in and for Sarasota County, Florida, State of Florida versus Dima Tower, case number 2023 CF 8812NC. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Jennifer Tower. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, victim Tower. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3. The defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude a law enforcement officer as charged. So say we all this 14th day of November 2025, signed foreperson.
Members of the jury, there's something we do after every verdict. It's called polling the jury. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start in the back. I'll go left to right, then I'll come forward and go left to right, okay? So to the gentleman in the back left, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
To the gentleman next door, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as the whole?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Young lady on the far right, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole? To the gentleman in front, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Next gentleman, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Sir, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Sir, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict?
Yes.
And ma'am, is this your verdict? Folks, on behalf of everybody, I want to thank you for your service. We have different types of trials. This was a longer trial, although as I mentioned, not terribly long. We do have those that are longer. We asked a lot of you. You came in Monday on a week with a holiday. You were here all week, early in the morning. So we all truly appreciate your service. The system cannot function without you folks. And I talked a lot about that on Monday, so thank you. You have a right as a juror not to discuss your jury service with anybody. That's a right you have as a juror. It would take a court order to compel it. I haven't seen it in my career done. You also have the ability to speak to whoever you want. That's a right you have as a juror as well. No one can prevent you from speaking. I know it's a big ask, again, Monday through Friday. I hope the experience was good for you. We try to be as efficient as possible with your time and not get you in and out as efficiently as possible. So again, thank you. Your service is done. What I'm going to do after you leave is I'm going to talk to the parties. We'll discuss setting a sentencing date. I don't know if we're going to do that today or if we're going to do it down the road. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to leave. You have no further obligation to the court. I think it gets you out of jury service for a year. So there's some good news. But again, thank you. Make sure you take all your personal belongings with you when you leave. If you want to find out what happened or what happens, you can give my judicial assistant a call, Jennifer. Her number's on the board, I believe, in your jury room. You can give her a call later today and find out what the next steps are, okay? Thank you so much, everybody, for your service. Can everybody please stand? Our jurors are now exiting the courtroom. All right, let's take I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to go thank the jurors for their service in the jury room. Why don't let's leave Mr. Yes, handcuff him. Let's leave him in here for now. Why don't you talk among yourselves when you want to do sentencing, how you want that to take place. I'd also like the attorneys to please approach and take a look at the verdict form before it's filed, okay? I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
He said, just leave him handcuffed, let him sit down. Like, we should be able to take care of this right now. Like, this is LWAP. Like, LWAP ×2. Just leave him close because we about to do this. Oh, they got the red bracelets. Y'all see that? They got the red bracelets in their court system. Just so everybody's aware, court has not started in Las Vegas, Nevada. She late, she there. I see her popping her head up, but of course they probably taking care of some stuff before, right? That's maybe why court hasn't started or we don't have any cameras in there, but we'll go head over to Las Vegas, Nevada. We will head over there after we find out if they're going to do sentencing for, oh boy, which I think that they should just go ahead and do. Like, why should we have to put something else in our calendar? Like, let's just get this over with. And for those that didn't see, the sentencing for our deputy that unalived his girlfriend while cleaning his weapon, he was sentenced to 25 years. We did check that sentencing out, so if you're able to rewind, you'll be able to see that sentencing. Only a couple people spoke, and he spoke before sentencing, but yeah, we did cover that one too. Mm-hmm. I think your guess would be right, Dr. Rachel. Yeah, I don't think anybody was there for him. He didn't have probably no. Yeah, I mean he unalived the people that was there for him in some shape, way, form, or fashion. Yeah, I don't see that working out well. I'm sure everybody was there for them. I heard that they were very, very active in their community. Like, they were the people that got the whole community together. They were like the neighborhood watch. They had so many roles and so many hats that they paid them Tower people. I mean, they were going over into Ukraine doing missionary work. Like, they were doing a lot of things. Oh, you found it? The Marquise Hill. Is that the one in Florida? OnlyFans? Yeah, and I agree that he has been through a lot, but that don't give you no right to be running around here redrumming nobody. Not here. Like if anything, I don't know. Yeah, that don't give you no right to redrum nobody. So okay, give me a second. I think they okay. Let me pause this one. Oh, it was in Connecticut? Okay. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna open up this room for the Nevada trial. I do see that the jury is coming in. So give me a second. Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, it could be morning some places. It's still morning where I'm at. I'm not sure if it's morning where you're at. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we are in Nevada. For those people that are over in the Florida orphan trial that we just got a verdict on, we are waiting to see about sentencing over there. But court is starting in session over here in Nevada. They're only about 11 minutes late. That's not too bad, especially for an early morning. You know, typically this court has been doing it in the afternoon for the most part. Like, I don't know. It just seemed like late starts over there in Nevada. But today we are starting early. Interesting enough. So I am going to get us all set up. It looks like they are in the courtroom. So I will take us right live into Hey guys, so for those that are over here that we are waiting to see if they're going to decide to do sentencing or not, for our guy, Mr. Diamond, I don't know, Demon, he has been convicted of redrum 1 and 2 counts for mom and dad. The judge went back to go shake the lawyer's hands. I am going to put the link for anybody that is watching the Nevada trial that is beginning. So I will put the link in there for anybody that wants to go over there to watch. Will Nikki or will Devin or will Tracy, will one of them take the stand today? Remember, we are in a defense case. Let's see, we have movement over here. They're bringing him back in here.
All right, we have everybody back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience, folks. All right, did the attorneys have a chance to come up and look at the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. What are your thoughts on sentencing?
Your Honor, as all the interested parties are currently present and the court does not have discretion based on the jury's verdict as far as what the sentence can be, we would prefer to go forward today.
Okay, State, are you prepared to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you prepared to go forward now through the lunch hour?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
The state does have some family members that would like to speak to you briefly.
Sure. Are you ready? Do you know how you're going to proceed and what order? Okay.
All ready to go. Whenever you are, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so just so everybody knows, if you were watching the Orphan trial, they are going to do sentencing now. So if you want to watch a sentencing, it will be in the other room, but I'm gonna go ahead and start playing what we have today because I don't want to miss anything. And if she gets on this stand, I want us to catch it. I don't want us to be too far behind. So if you want to watch the sentencing, you can stay over there and watch the sentencing, or you can watch on your tablet, you can watch on your phone, and you can watch on your iPad, you can watch on your computer, your TV, many places, depending on where you're at. Okay, cool. Here we go. I'm taking everybody into their respectable courtrooms.
I'm ready.
I'm going to first call Phil.
Let me stop you for one moment, Ms. Frabling.
Yes.
I did, folks, have Zoom open for the entirety of the trial. I was always letting folks in. I'll note that they were good in the sense that they would come in before 9. I didn't have to let them in throughout the day because they were all on time. So there are folks that are also on Zoom. I don't know if these are folks that you want to be heard as well. Can I, Deputy, Carl, can you turn this TV around? Because yours are gone, so I don't mind turning that around now so that the state and the defense can see who's on Zoom. Just oh, they might have unplugged it? Okay. Let me have the state and the defense come up. You can take a look at the names that are on here.
Ms. Torres, may I get her back in?
Sure.
Ms. Torres? Please, a moment.
Yes? Let's leave it where it is, yeah, thanks. All right, why don't you come take a look and write down the names, and then you could find out if these are folks that want to be heard. Let me just to go through it. It says Warren Rhines on this one, and it looks like 2 people are there. Do you know who that is? All right, are they going to want to be heard? Okay, there's someone with the name Sean Tower. Is that someone that wants to be heard? Why don't I find out who these folks are, and let's, okay. All right, if I can have Warren Rhines, please unmute. All right, you're unmuted. Can you please tell me who you folks are?
And I am the uncle of Robbie Tower.
And I am Darlene Rhines, the aunt of Robbie Tower.
All right, so we have aunt and uncle. Do you wish to be heard today, this afternoon at the sentencing hearing?
I do not.
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we have an aunt and an uncle that have been here on Zoom but do not wish to be heard. All right, can Sean Tower please unmute and turn your video on?
Sorry, Your Honor, I don't have a camera hooked up. No, I'm Robbie Tower's brother. I don't wish to be heard.
Okay. All right, how about, there's someone with the name Gladys that's on the Zoom.
Hi, I am a friend of the family and I do not wish to be heard.
Okay. You were in the courtroom this week, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, friend of the family does not wish to be heard. So we have no one on Zoom that wishes to speak. I have no preference on order. Why don't we, any objection to the state proceeding first, Mr. Gilman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state, please call your first witness up, or person up to the, why don't we use the witness box, okay?
Yes. State calls Phil Tower.
Stand here, you're going to face the clerk, no? This clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's okay.
Behind you?
Yeah.
Give this to Mr. Tower. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Can you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Philip Tower, Tower.
Okay. Would you like to address the court?
Court,
And
not
Ms.
particularly.
Right. You're
Whatever
gonna
it is
address,
that you
yeah.
want to say, sir.
Oh, I just want to talk to Dima.
Hold on.
No.
Whatever it is that you wish to say, direct it at me.
Oh, okay.
You can tell me what you want to say and what you want me to know. This is a sentencing where you can give the court input, okay?
Okay,
Of course, Mr. Tower, the defendant, is the courtroom and will hear what you have to say, okay?
right. I just wanted the court to know that Dima didn't just,
Take your time.
he didn't just kill Robbie and Jennifer. Killed a part of all of us. And there isn't a person over there that doesn't hate him, and we want him to suffer. And I just like one more thing to say. I have a lot of things to say, but you probably wouldn't like it. I want him to, when he's Dima, look at me.
No, sir, you go ahead and direct your comments to me, okay?
I would like him to change his name while he's in jail. I don't want him to use my name anymore. I don't want him to be associated with us. And a lot of things I want to say to you, to him.
Take your
I
time.
don't believe you'd allow it, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't think I could go any further.
I don't know, Ms. Fablik, if you wanted to ask him any questions?
No, Mr. Tower, this is really a chance to talk about your loss and what Jennifer and Robbie meant to you and the loss in your life. So I think that's better than right now retribution, because the judge will take care of that.
Yeah, I understand. I can't put into words.
Why don't you tell me this, how is Jennifer or Robbie related to you?
Robbie's my son.
Your son?
Yes.
Tell me about your son and your daughter-in-law.
Well, they were just great people. They were honest. They were religious. Cared about everybody. They would give you the shirt off their back. They help you. They were big in the church. They went on pilgrimage. You know what I'm saying? They went to different kind of pilgrimages, whatever. They went, and that's how they met Dima. They just wanted to help somebody. They couldn't have children of their own. They saw Dima. They figured they'd give him a chance at life. And that's how we repaid them. There wasn't anybody that didn't like them. And it was just a total waste of good people. I don't know what else I can say that build them up any more than that. I don't have to. We'll miss it.
Thank you, Mr. Tower.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tower.
Take your time.
Thank you.
The state would like to call Michael Burgoon. Did you need this? Okay, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay, so come this way.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Michael Burgoon, Burgoon.
And how do you know Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
Jennifer Tower is my sister, and of course, Robbie was my brother-in-law.
Okay, and is Jennifer younger or older than you?
Couple years older.
Couple of years older,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
she was your big sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you like to talk to Judge Krug about how your life has been affected by the loss of your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd like to thank the court for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michael Burgoon. Jennifer Tower is my sister, and Rob Tower is my brother-in-law. For just over 2 years, I've had to try to process daily that my sister Jennifer and Rob are no longer here. Jennifer was much more than my sister. She was my #1 supporter and best friend. Growing up together, we would play video games, hang out on Venice Beach and Siesta Key, and often race go-karts at Pelican Pete's in Inglewood, or just simply hang out. As we grew older and moved on in life and got married, daily one of us would call the other or send a text just to say I love you. There wasn't anything I went through in life that I didn't reach out to her for her thoughts or her advice or how she thought I should handle it or what she may do if she was in my shoes. Even through my 20s to just over 2.5 years ago, I'd call her because I knew she would always answer the phone. And even if I didn't like what she would say, she would answer with honest and loving. I would also reach out to Rob daily. Rob was the very definition of what a brother-in-law is. We shared the same sense of humor. Jennifer would often get on us for acting like teenage boys. I would often call Rob just to get some advice from a guy's point of view, or if he had a question about the Bible. Rod had a very vast knowledge of it and would talk to me, or if I was struggling with something, he would often tell me a verse in the Bible that dealt with what I was going through and would help. Rob was the person who officiated my second wedding. There has been no greater hurt or pain in life than losing them. There isn't a second of the day that goes by that I don't think about them. Nobody should have to go through the hurt, emotional burden, grief, and just loss of direction in life that losing them has caused. They were the true north and the compass of my life. They were full of so much love, not only with me and their family. Jennifer loved our two older sisters, Lori and Lisa, and her mother, Cindy, and her son. Rob always spoke about the love for his parents and family and the love he had for his son. Our lives were much better because they were in ours. Sadly now, because of the events of October 31st, 2023, they were selfishly taken from our families. That void can never be filled, and for me personally, going through 2 counseling professionals still has not helped me out. Daily, I feel a pain and hurt that can't be described. I want to believe that they're just busy, and any second, my phone will ring and I'll hear that, "Hey, Michael, what's up, brother?" that Jennifer would so lovingly say, knowing full well that night, hearing that will never happen again. It's an emotional trauma that for the rest of my life, I'll have to work through and try to process with the help of counseling and family, because it's not something that will go away. I hope and pray that today brings some closures for our families. Grief is a journey with no time limit. And Jennifer and Rob, I love you and will live daily to honor your memory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The state calls Rich Pollock.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pollock.
Good afternoon.
Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Richard Pollock, Pollock.
Will you tell Judge Krug how Robbie and Jennifer were part of your life?
Yes. I wrote a brief statement. At the beginning of this trial, we were told and we heard that the defendant say that this was all an act of rage. By saying so, he may feel that this helps to alleviate his responsibility in some way, but it doesn't. What he calls rage is nothing more than a pitiful attempt at an excuse to try to explain away the atrocities that he committed. This wasn't rage. This is all the result of a series of calculated decisions that he made that night. Robbie and Jennifer Tower, or as we affectionately called them, Rob and Jen Towerski, or Robbie and Miss Jen to our girls, had a huge impact, not only on mine and my family's lives, but countless people here and around the world that they ministered to and shared the love and teachings of Christ with. Rob and Jen were show-up people. The people that showed up to help and weren't afraid to get dirty or put in the work to help a friend or anyone really. They were people who loved fully, and we loved them for it. It was Rob and Jen who showed up to teach my daughter Gigi to ride a bike. When I couldn't. It was Rob who showed up to put my Christmas lights up after I fell off the roof, and Jen volunteered him to. The list goes on. They had a light in them that burned brightly for Christ, for each other, and for people. They were truly the people who would give you the shirt off their backs if you needed it and expected nothing in return, and not just their shirts. I remember them once giving one of their cars to a family that needed it. That's who they were. They offered the same gift to Dima, a gift of agape love. They gave, and he took and took. He was unwilling to receive it unless it was on his terms. He says he holds in such high esteem the way of life in Ukraine, and that the man should rule over his family with some sort of an iron fist, and that his wife must be subservient to him. But I would like to remind him in the court that the same way of life relegated him ending up in an orphanage where no one cared. As he put it, a nobody from nowhere. Rob and Jennifer chose to put Christ first and to love him above each other, but then to love each other above all and second only to that. They treated each other equally after only God and each other. They chose to love Dima and to bring him into their lives. They wanted to make him a somebody and gave him their name. I remember they were so excited. I remember how proud Rob was when Dima first became an American citizen. So many things that he did that he was so proud to be able to share that his son accomplished. But Dima didn't see it that way. If it wasn't his way and exactly the way he wanted or perceived it to be, he didn't want it or it was wrong. This wasn't just an issue that he had with Rob and Jen. He had problems with authority at school and rules. He couldn't handle it if another kid had got attention and took out his anger on those younger and smaller than he was. He's a coward. He showed it when he beat up on little kids, and he showed it the night that he made the choice to brutally murder Rob and Jen while they were asleep because he was too afraid to face them awake. He made a series of choices that night that changed the world for so many of us. There were multiple times that he could have stopped, but he made the choice to continue this brutality. He said he decided to kill them when he was sitting out in his car for no real reason. Even in his video statements, he said that they never hurt him. He simply didn't like them or had hatred in his heart. He could have made the choice to drive away that night, but he didn't. He went inside. He stated that he went in his room and drank and thought about it some more. He could have stopped then, but he didn't. He walked into the kitchen and picked up a knife. He still could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued into their bedroom. He stated they were asleep and it was dark. Again, he could have stopped and left, but he didn't. Instead, he brutally began stabbing my precious friend. The man who gave up everything for him, and the man that was like the older brother that I never had. In this struggle, he also stabbed Jennifer. These two people who loved each other so much, and him as well. Sometime during this attack, he lost the knife, and Jennifer was able to get out and try to get help. He could have stopped then, but he chose not to. Instead, he went in the kitchen and retrieved another knife to, in his words, finish what he started. He then made sure he had taken all the life out of poor Rob. Again, he could have stopped, but he chose to go out and find Jennifer. He then forced her back in the house where he forced her to listen to his rantings. Again, he could have stopped, but instead he chose brutality, again in his own words, to finish what he started. Now he truly gets to finish what he started. When he killed our precious friends and robbed this world of the love and light that they shared. For the rest of his life, he will be a nobody whose name means nothing. Instead, he will be assigned a number due to his own actions and be forced to suffer this alone, more than likely without any visitors. He killed the only two people in this world who would have been there for him. He has to live with that for the rest of his life, and I pray that one day he will accept that responsibility for his actions and repent and accept Christ into his heart. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Careful stepping down, okay? Sir?
Thank you.
Thank you. The state calls Talitha Pollock.
Stand right here, if you want to face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Okay, hand please. Scroll right down that way.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pollock. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Talitha Pollock, Pollock.
Would you like to talk to Judge Krug?
Yes, please. I tried to write something too. Probably not as good at it as my husband.
Take your time. There's no rush.
When we first met Jen and Rob, we became fast friends. We met them serving at church, and the next thing you know, we were doing everything together. Our now grown daughters were young at the time and absolutely adored them. If you're a parent, you know that it's really important who you leave your kids with. And my husband and I take that very seriously. We don't let them do sleepovers or things like that at anybody's house. But we trusted the Towers, which is like putting them like at such a high level, you know, to trust them to keep our kids. So when my husband and I would go on mission trips to South America, we would leave our girls with them, and they had a blast. They loved going to Robbie and Miss Jen's house. We, without hesitation, trusted them. They were amazing. And they were also amazing with any other kids they ever came in contact with. They served in church with like the kids ministry. They would really serve anywhere anybody asked them to because they never said no, and the kids loved them. Losing Jen and Rob has been a huge loss, not just for the families and the friends, but for countless individuals and also our community. They always had the best smiles, and they never said no to helping anyone in need, but they also never wanted any recognition. They did it because they just wanted to. I only know because I saw them in action countless times when they thought nobody was looking. We'd be doing a food drive at church. They didn't just bring in a handful of cans or something from their pantry. They'd go grocery shopping at Publix and bring in multiple bags. If they found out someone had a need, whether they knew them or not, that they could meet, they would jump right in and do it. When we first met them, they were young professionals and could go on luxury vacations if they wanted to, but instead they spent both their vacation time and all their resources on mission trips to Russia and the Ukraine. They had a love for the Ukrainian people. And so I was not completely surprised when Jen told me about Dima. She beamed. I can promise you that she could not have loved you more, Dima, than if she gave birth to you herself. She loved him so much. I have children that I have given birth to, and I have children that I've adopted. You love them the same, and Jen loved him just like she gave birth to him. She loved him unconditionally. You were a nobody from nowhere, but two amazing people from somewhere came to save you. What you did by repaying them, by cowardly killing them because you don't like rules, authority, or you can't handle consequences. You decided our country is a crap hole, in your own words, and you wanted to go back to the Ukraine. I think of all the kids in orphanages that would be grateful to be brought here and given the life that you were, but not you. You were only grateful when you were getting what you wanted. I think it's ironic now that hopefully he can spend the rest of his measly existence in a prison in the land that he hates so much. The truth is that he was used to picking on and beating up anyone smaller than him. He couldn't do that with Rob. Rob was bigger, but he wasn't violent at all. Rob could maybe hold him back. So he waited till they were asleep. And like a thief in the night, you snuck in and you started your evil rampage. My daughters miss Jen and Robbie so much. I miss Jen. I miss Rob too, but I miss Jen more than words. She had the most beautiful smile, the kindest heart, a great laugh. And one thing no purely evil thief in the night could steal are all the memories that they gave us. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Thorne.
Thank you.
Thank you. The state calls Lisa Huff.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Huff, before you start speaking to the judge, would you just identify yourself for the record? Tell us your full name and last name and spell your last name.
My name is Lisa Huff. My last name is Huff.
Thank you. And will you tell us how you know Jennifer and Robbie Tower, please?
Jennifer is my youngest sister. Robbie is my brother-in-law.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome. Take me a minute. Okay. I had to type mine out just today, so I'm just going to go ahead and read it. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I can't begin to express the depth of loss and pain that this tragedy has brought to our family and all who knew and loved Rob and Jennifer. They were two of the most wonderful people you could ever meet. My sister Jennifer was the most loving, caring, and compassionate person. Even when she was struggling, she had a wonderful sense of humor and a strong faith and belief in God. I was blessed to have her as my youngest sister and thankful for all the good memories we shared together. Rob was also an awesome person and was always willing to lend a helping hand. He was also a fun-loving guy and had a great sense of humor. Rob and Jennifer did all they could to help Dima have a better life. No, they were not perfect, but no one is. There was absolutely nothing they did to deserve being brutally murdered and so carelessly and senselessly ripped out of the lives of my family and everyone else who knew and loved Rob and Jennifer. I will never understand or comprehend what drove Dima to commit such a heinous act against two of the people who gave him or gave so much of themselves and did all within their power to give him a better life. I guess evil simply cannot be understood. As a Christian, I know that the Bible commands me to forgive Dima. That is something I will have to fully rely on God's help and strength to do. I can't do it on my own. Dima has shown no remorse for his actions, and it has been said that he may not have the capacity to do so. Though some may not understand, I pray that Dima will one day feel the weight and guilt of what he has done and ask for God's forgiveness. By saying this, by no means am I stating that Dima should not be held accountable and pay for his actions. He definitely should be. His horrible actions against Rob and Jennifer demand justice. However, as Rob and Jennifer were also Christians, I believe that this is what they would want for Dima, even though he did what he did to them. Though some may not agree with me or understand, as a Christian, I believe that even in horrific tragedies such as these, that God would want something good to come out of them. It is my firm belief that Rob and Jennifer would want Dima to ask for forgiveness and join them in heaven one day. Although it seems impossible in our eyes as human beings, I pray and have faith that this can happen. Although I am still angry and sad for what has happened, it is my belief that God died for all sins, including the ones committed by Dima on that terrible day in August of 2023. Dima is my nephew, and though mine and my family's lives will never be the same, part of me still cares for him. I pray he will make the right decision and ask God for forgiveness for what he has done. Once again, I believe this is what Rob and Jennifer would have wanted for Dima. Thank you again for giving me the chance to speak, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Sun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to read a statement from Jennifer's other sister, Lori Ely, who's here present in the courtroom. And then we have one final statement from Debbie Tower. So this is the statement from Ms. Ely, and it reads as follows. Her name is Lori, last name Ely. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my sister, Jennifer, her husband, Rob, and our grieving family. No words can fully capture the depth of loss and devastation that this crime has caused us. Jen and Rob were two of the most generous, hopeful, and loving people I have ever known. Their greatest dream was to build a family. After years of struggling to have children, they made the selfless decision to adopt. Their Christian missionary work in Ukraine inspired them to open their hearts to a child in need, and they welcomed their son Dima into their home with love. Adoption was not easy. It was emotionally, financially, and spiritually very demanding. They emptied their savings, they took loans, and they relied on the kindness of others to make their dream of parenthood possible. Despite every challenge, they remained deeply committed to giving Dima a stable, nurturing home and every opportunity to thrive. I have never seen my sister as happy as she was when Dima arrived. She was radiant, excited, fulfilled, and hopeful about motherhood. Rob shared her joy, and together they dedicated themselves to building a loving family. They celebrated milestones, faced setbacks, and consistently placed Dima's welfare and well-being above their own. Their commitment to him never wavered. Their journey, however, was extraordinarily difficult. They worked tirelessly to support Dima through anger, defiance, and destructive behavior. They sought help for him, guidance, and healing. They endured emotional and physical harm while trying to help him overcome his struggles. Even in the face of rejection and escalating violence by Dima, they continued to try because they were driven by love, faith, and the belief that every child deserves a chance. Despite their extraordinary efforts, Jen and Rob's lives were taken from them in a violent, senseless manner. The pain of losing them is indescribable. Their deaths shattered our family and left a void that can never be filled. My sister's warmth, kindness, and optimism are gone. Rob's humor, steadiness, and generosity are now only memories. We never had the chance to say goodbye. What I wouldn't give for one more conversation, one more holiday together, or just one more hug. Every day I'm confronted by reminders of what was stolen from us. I lost two of my closest friends. My faith in the goodness of people has been shaken. I now live with symptoms of PTSD. I returned to work while simultaneously navigating the unimaginable task of settling my sister's estate, repeatedly explaining their deaths to banks, to creditors, mailing their death certificates, and reliving the trauma each time I read their names on those documents. I had to walk through their home and sort through the pieces of their lives. I found my sister's wedding dress. I found hundreds of photos of their lives together and two people deeply in love. Those moments broke me. The grief is relentless. I will never be the same person I was before, and no therapy or counseling will ever fully mend what has been taken. Jen and Rob's deaths touched more than just our family. Their community lost two people defined by selflessness and generosity. They opened their home and their hearts not only to Dima, but to many others. As Christians, they lived their faith through quiet acts of love and compassion. Their reward for this kind of selflessness was a brutal death at the hands of the child they devoted their lives to. I can't escape the tormenting thoughts of their final moments. How frightened and betrayed they must have felt. Our family is left to carry the weight of this tragedy every day, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Holidays, family gatherings, and even small joys are marked by their absence. Your Honor, as you consider sentencing, I ask that you remember who Jennifer and Rob were. Decent, selfless people who dedicated themselves to giving a vulnerable child a better life. They believed in second chances and in the power of love. Their lives were taken in a horrific way, and the hole left in our hearts will never be filled. Since their deaths, I have tried to understand how Dima could have committed such a crime. I am not an expert, but I have learned about psychopathy and antisocial personality disorder. I do not know whether he was born this way or shaped by trauma. In many ways, the situation is a tragedy for everyone, including him. I believe my sister would have forgiven him. But forgiveness does not erase danger. From what I have come to understand about psychopathy, it cannot be cured. If Dima were ever released, I firmly believe that he is a risk to society and that he would harm or kill again. While compassion and faith may allow us to pity his past, society also has a responsibility to protect others from someone like him who demonstrates violence, lacks empathy, and cannot regulate dangerous impulses. For the safety of the public and in honor of Jennifer and Rob, I ask that you impose a sentence that ensures no other family will face the pain we endure every day. Thank you, Your Honor.
Where is Laura in? And well said.
Finally, the state would call Debbie Tower, please.
Here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can assume.
Hello, Ms. Tower. Can you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Debbie Tower. Tower.
Would you like some water?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Robbie was my son. And Jennifer was my daughter-in-law. And I can't. What he took away from us is beyond what you can imagine, because Robbie was my friend, my son. He thought he was the father of my other two kids. He helped raise them. And then when my daughter died, we were left with two little boys, and he helped raise them. He acted like their father, and he did everything with them, and he took them places, and he took care of them. And he could not have ever been a better father than he was to my boys, his nieces, his nephews, and him. He spoiled him. He did everything that he could. And Jennifer, and the two of them did everything to make him happy. And every time something would happen, they would fix it. And I just want people to know that he wasn't neither one of them were a bad parent. They were excellent. They couldn't do enough to take care of children. Now my boys want to know, where's Robbie? And I can't explain it to them because they don't understand heaven. And I'm sorry, this is so hard. I just wanted people to know that they both were good. They were good to him. He can't say things that aren't true. And he really was good to everybody, and I miss him so much. I'm so sorry. I just want people to know how good they were. I brought them with me so they could see what we're doing for them. He destroyed so many people. I just don't know how he can live with himself. You're gonna have to think about this for the rest of your life, what you did. You didn't just murder Robbie and Jen, you murdered all of us. That's all I can say. I can't say any more.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tower. Be careful getting down.
There are no further statements, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Can we put up do we have a second podium in here? We don't need to plug it in, but can you bring one in? Mr. Gilman, do you have anybody that wishes to speak from the defense?
The defendant would like to address the court, Your Honor.
Okay. Does he want to take the witness stand and speak?
I don't mind.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry?
I don't mind taking the witness stand.
Okay. Let me just make you understand, I'm not going to allow any disparaging comments related to Robbie and Jennifer Tower. Do you understand that?
What do you mean?
I don't want a single negative comment or disparaging, meanful, harmful contact.
There will be no such words.
Okay.
There will be only the story.
Mr. Gilman, have you spoken to him at all about what he wishes to say?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you please explain to him what I just ordered? I will not permit Robbie and Jennifer to be disparaged in any way in this courtroom.
I understood what you said. I will only tell our story. I will be rational. I will be making sense. I'm not gonna be speaking meaningless words that have no reason to say.
This is an opportunity for you to show remorse, if you have any, to apologize if you wish to and it's sincere, and to express your gratitude for the opportunity that Robbie and Jennifer gave you if you wish, to apologize to the family and the community for which you tore apart and destroyed This is that opportunity. Do you understand that, Mr. Tower?
I understand.
And the opportunity is limited to that. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. All right, let's have the defendant take the witness stand, please. You want to assist?
I'll do what I can, Your Honor. Can you please just state your name for the court reporter, please?
Dima James Tower.
And given what the court has talked to you about, what is it that you want Judge Crew to know prior to imposing a sentence?
What I have to say is our feelings block out our intellect, so I must ignore the irrational testimonies I heard about the life that I had with adopted parents of mine, and prior to that, I must only speak the truth. However, I've been told that I have limited time, and there's much to say that I expect these adults to understand me talking to them as adults to adults. I had 2 years and 2 months of dwelling on this. And the conclusion I have come to is not only that everything evolves around God, that we must understand that we live in an unmanly world. And what this means is,
Mr. Tower, I'm not concerned about what world you believe in. Do you wish to offer an apology and remorse to the victims?
yes, I am. I'm getting to that. Yes.
Cut right to it. I don't want to hear what world you think you live in.
Well, I'm gonna cut right to it.
Thank you.
The remorse that I have for my adopted parents is, it might be unshown. That doesn't mean it's not felt. Because when I committed these acts of crime, I lost my mind, and somebody might think that I knew what I was doing. I did not know what I was doing. It was.
Tower, do you wish to offer an apology?
I am on offering an apology. I'm explaining an apology. I'm explaining an apology. I'm in the middle of apology. Apology is that the truth is that there are a lot of fatherless children out there, and my apology in this is that nobody want to be held accountable for their actions, and I'm being held accountable for the actions of grown men. So my apology is that I have to be responsible for what Oscar did to his children and what Phil did to his children. And how can I apologize for the mistreatment that Oscar, as a stepfather.
All right, I'm going to have the defendant removed from the stand. He's choosing not to give an apology. I'm sorry to the family in the courtroom. I wanted to give an opportunity for you to have to hear from the defendant, to perhaps hear an apology and remorse. I think that is not forthcoming, as we all saw. Mr. Gilman, anything else from the defense?
Nothing.
Okay, let's hear from the state what you're seeking and want.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to count one, the state is seeking the statutorily mandated sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to count two, the state is seeking a consecutive mandatorily, well, that's not mandatory, consecutive life without parole sentence for the death of Jennifer Tower, as well as the death of Robbie Tower. And as to count three, 5 years in the Department of Corrections concurrent with count 2. Thank you.
Mr. Gilman? Anything you wanted to add?
No, Your Honor, I don't disagree with the statement that the sentence is statutorily mandated. I would just ask that the court to impose the sentences on counts 1 and 2 concurrent rather than consecutive.
All right, thank you, councilors. You can be seated. All right, to the family, I know law enforcement is here who worked hard on this case. I want to thank you for your courtesy throughout the trial. I know it can be very hard to sit in a long trial where you have loved ones that were viciously and brutally murdered, as your loved ones were in this case. You respected the process, you respected the role of the judge, the jury, the witnesses, and you allowed for the trial to go through properly, efficiently, lawfully, which is our roles in the judicial system. You know, we serve a function and we need to make sure that happens. And so I appreciate your role in that. As the judge, I don't know the folks that are murdered or injured in cases. You realize I come into the story much later at a trial often or at a sentencing hearing. I can tell you that the role of a judge is very difficult sentencing most days. I anguish over sentencing decisions I have to make. I do it on a daily basis, 5 days a week, handling all types of different cases and have to make decisions as to whether someone goes to jail or not, or goes to prison or not, if so, how long. And I think you can imagine in many cases, most cases, that can be difficult. You see the human compassion in people, and you see mistakes can be made. Today, obviously, is not one of those days for me. Sentencing today is very easy, and I think it was Miss Lisa Huff, or actually, no, it might have been Laura Ely, I'm not sure, maybe both, who had a great insight in their statements that there's a role that the court has, and that is to punish and also to provide for the safety of the community. What I enjoyed this afternoon was, even though it was brief, learning about the terrific lives that this, I'm going to call them Robbie and Jennifer, lived. They seemed, and many of you used these words, that they were selfless. Some of you said that they gave the shirt off their back for others. They ministered to children and others, going as far as Ukraine and Russia to help those in need in South America. They were babysitters. They were a happy husband and wife. They were children to the parents we heard from, brothers, aunts, uncles. They just really seemed like terrific people. And it is a shame that in this great country that we live in, that we lost 2 shining stars. I hope that, and one of you mentioned this, that they live on in your hearts, in your memory, and I hope you realize that. I know you do. The grief, the anger will continue for a time, but I hope you cherish, and I know you will, those memories, and lean on each other and the love and support of your family, and celebrate what seems to be amazing lives of 2 great people, and they can be beacons for how you teach your children and how you continue to move on. Mr. Tower, I don't know what else to say. You seem to be an evil spirit, an evil person.
Evil spirit because you're talking foolish.
Who doesn't seem to have any...
I'm full of remorse. I'm not showing it because...
I will at this time, Mr. Tower, sentence you as to count 1. This is for first-degree murder of, count 1 was Robbie, is that right?
Yes.
Of Robbie, of Robbie Tower, I will sentence you to life in prison. You will serve the rest of your life in prison without the possibility of parole. Count 2, and often I do run them concurrent. I know that the defense requested that. We have a unique and clearly a special life in Jennifer Tower as well. And I spoke about that earlier. I am going to adjudicate you guilty of count 2, first-degree premeditated murder on Jennifer Tower. I will run this sentence consecutive to count 1. I will sentence you, Mr. Tower, to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Count 3, the fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement with lights and sirens. I'll adjudicate you guilty. Let's see, this is what degree felony? State third. Sentence you to the maximum of 5 years in prison to run concurrent with count 2. I will order that you have no contact whatsoever with Robbie and Jennifer's family, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, parents, siblings. I will order restitution and reserve as to the amount. I'll order as a civil judgment against you court costs, a prosecutor fee and public defender fee of $100 each. Are there any other statutory terms that I'm leaving out, State?
No, Your Honor, but I do have a score sheet for count 3, which is the only count that requires a score sheet.
Mr. Gilman, anything I left out?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Tower, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of this court. If you cannot afford an attorney for that appeal, one will be appointed to represent you.
What about the troop?
Good luck to everyone.
Yes.